Hello. I returned, or rather got to, I guess, the stream at exactly the point at which That's What It Takes to Be Infinite redeem concluded. I heard the last 5 words or so. The meow is the most important part, so that's fine. But yeah, hello and welcome. Hello. I love you too. Today, on Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker, we've reached approximately what I believe is the halfway point of the main story, and now the role quests are available, and they all tie into the main story pretty well. Seemingly. And rather than what I did in Shadowbringers, I would like to do all of these before continuing the main story. So here's Carbuncle. We are going to begin with the Magical DPS questline as recommended by consensus. We decided the order would be Magical DPS, Healer, Melee DPS, Tank, and Ranged. Unrelatedly, I've been leveling Ninja lately. So here's a funny picture I made about Ninja and how you play as Ninja in this game. We might not actually ever see me play as Ninja on camera, depending. I don't think I'm going to gain 41 levels of Ninja before I get to the melee DPS part, so we might have to be the very non-canonical Reaper Sucro for that portion of the video game. But that's fine, I guess. But yeah, that's Bunkle. Hello and welcome. Welcome to Bunkle. We are here, in the room of where there are people. It seems that magical DPS means we're starting with Ishgard. Yeah, that is very Fire Red Leaf Green TM application. It took me a second to realize that you meant the Huton picture, even though it should be obvious, and instead I was imagining Sucro pointing at the Carbuncle being Sucro about to put a CD on Carbuncle's forehead, which would also be pretty funny. These doors have a wide radius of opening. It is also Mega Man Shadowman.png, that's true. Anyway, it seems that Summoner, or Magical DPS, right, let's review what all of these are. So Magical DPS is Ishgard. Physical Range DPS is Doma. Healer is Ulda and Alamigo. Tank is Gridania. And melee DPS is Limsa. So, according to what we've pieced together with the order I should be doing these in, Ishgard might be the best one and Limsa might be the worst one. According to the opinion of people who view my stream that know. We'll find out. The Ishgardian delegate seeks a battle mage with courage unwavering. Ah, my lady Sucro, I have awaited your coming. The phenomenon wherein men turn into monsters. It pains me to say that Ishgard has not been spared. A dread blasphemy has appeared in the Holy See, and to compound the people's horror, the beast resembles a dragon. God dang it. 'Tis imperative that it be vanquished without delay, and to that end we have begun assembling a hunting party. Given that fear and despair may turn our allies against us, we are being stringent in whom we choose for this duty. Yet while we have the confidence in the quality of our knights, the mission would greatly benefit for the presence of a battle mage, one who can stand unflinching in the face of our fell quarry. We would be hard-pressed to find an individual who fits that description better than you. Will you not lend us your strength and skill? You can count on me, or, very well. You can count on me. Leave it to me. We are in your debt. Just a moment while I relay the glad tidings to command. I have a volunteer. She's a cat. Nod. 'Tis settled. Upon arriving in Ishgard, please take yourself to the Aetheryte Plaza. Lord Artoirel will be there to receive you. May the Fury speed your way. Oh, I forgot to tell Carbuncle to stop sitting on the table. Here, Carbuncle. I think it would have been very funny if I teleported and Carbuncle did not appear with me because Carbuncle was still instructed to sit on the table for a photo shoot. Artoirel. Artoirel. Or that. Just teleports to a different table. One of those things. Hey, this music doesn't sound dire at all. Sucro, I have been expecting you. Words cannot well express how heartening it is to have you fighting beside us. Nod. Allow me to echo that sentiment. Greetings, my friend. Lest you wonder, Lord Artoirel and I are leading the effort to deal with the blasphemy. With your capable self in the field, I have no doubt that we shall succeed. Nod. Without further ado, I shall brief you on the situation. It was a handful of days after the first beasts appeared in Radzatan. An Elysian man was observed at the hoplon in the pillars, walking with an unsteady gait. All of a sudden, he buckled over as if in pain, and before anyone knew what was happening, he had transformed into a terrible, draconic beast. We didn't get a photograph of that part. Oh wait, no, we did. At the mere sight of this, many who chanced to be present also turned, and regrettably the Temple Knights were forced to put them down. Yeah, we did... Oh, is this the one that Arenville saw? I do remember we saw shots of people, like, starting to turn. Hello and welcome. Yes, we have just begun the magical DPS role quest. The blasphemy itself, however, took wing and fled. Profane Fafnir, we have chosen to call it, after the dragon man of Ishgardian myth. This Fafnir swears so many times, you have no idea. We attempted to attach soap to one of our arrows to deal with this and shoot the mouth, but we missed. A soap arrow to fire at the mouth of something profane is about the same sort of ridiculousness as using a salt bomb on a slug only in Bomberman Hero. Remember that part of Bomberman Hero where there's salt bombs that only work on slugs that are invincible to everything else? Since that day, the beast has oft been sighted in the skies above Ishgard. It does not attack, only circles menacingly for a time ere disappearing again. Sometimes it yells out swear words in the presence of children. Alas, these brief visitations are enough to cause more people to turn, and for fear and panic to spread further. And the children learn all the swears. As part of our investigation, we have sought to identify the man who became the blasphemy, but thus far we have learned not. Harsh language as a breath weapon is pretty funny as a concept. Just like a cone of harsh language. Propane Fafnir is also pretty good as a set of words. Nod. We have, however, identified a common thread between those who subsequently turned. All were people of fervent faith, people such as priests and inquisitors. Gasp. When the truth of our nation's history was laid bare, the legitimacy of the church was called into question. Oh, so it's like all the church people that are freaking out about how they don't get to throw people into a pit anymore. My religion about throwing people into a canyon has been rebuked by history. What do I do now? Ah, geez. Oops, I turned into a dragon, ironically. Beans. Etc. Many Ishgardians struggle to reconcile the revelations with their beliefs, and none more so than the pious. Such men and women, we posit, would be more susceptible to despair, and therefore the transformation. We must find a way to stop it. Ishgard has only just emerged from a 1,000-year war, and we cannot suffer another great tragedy, much less so soon. Nod. In order to attain a better understanding of the situation, we intend to speak with a member of the clergy. The sole individual who survived witnessing the blasphemy's birth without being turned. Clem is his name, and he is a deacon at St. Raymonard's Cathedral. Come, let us seek him out there at once. Would it be Raymonard or Raymonard? I don't know how to say French words or names. Yeah, it absolutely makes sense for those to be the people that this would happen to. Raymonard? Got it. I will never remember how to pronounce the French word. Do you like the tiny, little handbag that Sucro has in this outfit? I was thinking about it earlier. I bet it has a tiny book inside of it. I should change my healer outfit to also use the coat for healers that has this model. Instead of this healer outfit. Like, this coat is mostly fine except for the surgical tools on it, which are a little bit concerning. I would rather not have a bunch of surgical tools around. That would maybe make more sense for Sage. Yes, this is the Diadoko's coat of casting. Funkle. I definitely have enough money that I could, just get the healing version as well. Blah. Yeah, it'd be really interesting if any of the Scholasticate characters popped up again to be relevant during this part of the story and recognized that I had done that questline. Yeah, I like a lot of the Diadoko stuff. Like, I like the tank one, I like the caster one, I like the healer one. I don't like the scouting one, which is probably also the striking one. If I had to guess, I think the aiming one, I don't remember all of them, but At least one of them is incorrect for my sense of style, is how I will phrase it. There's a lot of scouting gear that's like kinda eh. But I was playing around with scouting gear fashion earlier since I am leveling ninja. I thought this looked pretty cool. That's kind of a weird, sinister looking Sucro. Also, this is a different hairstyle on this Sucro. And then I could also make Sucro Alucard from Symphony of the Night, kind of, if I wanted to. I'm liking ninjas so far, so we might eventually see ninja on stream. Alucat. Anyway. Not so very long ago, few would have imagined Ishgardian knights marching beyond the bounds of their own dominion. Oh. That makes sense. Sucro's powerful eye patch temperature adaptation technique. But we have ventured into the heart of Garlemald and fought for no less than the fate of our world, of the world itself. Our nation has changed and continues to do so. I used to be a lot better at an Emmerich voice, but I think I forgot how to do it at some point. Here he is, Deacon Clem. Let us see what he can tell us. See, the real reason that they recruited magical DPS Sucro for this is because Carbuncle is a soothing presence that will calm people down and help them to tell us information. Just kidding, Carbuncle isn't in cutscenes. Lord Emmerich, Lord Artoirel, and the savior of Ishgard besides, you do me great honor. I am Clem, and I serve as a deacon here in St. Raymonaw's Cathedral. Nod. I understand you were among those at the Hoplon when the incident occurred. We give thanks to the Fury for your merciful preservation. We now seek to prevent the blasphemy from wreaking further havoc, and would appreciate any details you can provide. Loath though we are to make you recall unpleasant memories, will you not recount to us what you witnessed that day? Nod. Very well. We are presently relocating the Vault's libraries to the Cathedral, in case you were unaware. We had finished delivering a batch of tomes, and were on our way to bring over another. Books? Sucro loves those. As we approached the Hoplon, we noticed a young man walking unsteadily. No sooner had he come to an abrupt halt than he transformed into a draconic beast. The fiend fixed us with a menacing glare, and it was all we could do to find our wits and flee. But to my compounding horror, my brethren who were there with me began turning into monstrosities as well, one after another. Praise the Fury that you at least were spared, Deacon Clem. I cannot imagine how frightening the experience must have been.
No, not a menacing glare, a menacing swear.
True. Bishop Vartano. Vartanois? Forgive me if I interrupt. I was informed that our stalwart protectors were present, and I wish to express my gratitude. From the bottom of my heart, I thank you for your service. I pray that we shall soon be free of this scourge. Indeed, if there is aught we might do to aid in your efforts, you need but say it. You are most kind, Your Grace. Bow. Sucro is suspicious, perhaps. That was Bishop Vartanois, the head of St. Raymonaw's, and a member of the Synod. Yeah, heck. That is precisely how you know that profane Fafnir is around. With the seat of the Archbishop vacant, he is in effect the highest authority in the Ishgardian Orthodox Church. That is so, yet in spite of his elevated station, he remains as kind and humble as a man as I've As any of blah, 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 blah. He remains as kind and humble a man as any I have ever known. Like his grace, I would do all that I can to help shepherd our people through this uncertain time. To that end, there is a request I would make of you, if you can spare a moment to consider it. Nod. Of course, if it is within our power, we should be glad to offer you aid. Thank you. Tell me your request. I'll see what I can do. The deacon was no less terrified by the blasphemy than his peers, yet he alone did not turn. By what grace was he spared? What manner of request could this be? His tone bespeaks urgency. In the wake of the transformations, a group of clergymen fled the city in fear. Yet though they sought refuge in the wilderness, they put themselves at the mercy of the elements and fell fiends both. Given that the cause of the transformation is not clear, I think theirs was a decidedly unwise decision. I wish to set out and find them, but I am not trained in the ways of war. As such, I require those who are to accompany me in the search. So that is the way of it. Suffice it to say, we will help. Do you know whether your fellows may have headed? The Western Highlands, I believe. Between Gorgon Mills and Hemlock, there is no shortage of abandoned dwellings in the area. That's a true fact, I suppose. I didn't think of that. Very well. Time being of the essence, I propose we split up and scour separate areas. Sucro, if you could escort the good deacon to Gorgon Mills, Lord Artoirel and I will tend to Hemlock. Let's hope I remember how to play Summoner. I expect... Okay, you're a different person. You're not the deacon. It was a little bit difficult to tell through the hat at first. I had to take a closer look. Anyway. Hopefully I remember how to play Summoner. And also all of the other things I have to do role quests as. Because I am most used to Paladin at this particular moment. But I was also going to say that I think the role quests are unlikely to be super demanding in terms of like proficiency at gameplay of the jobs. So it should be fine either way. Fafnir shows up in a lot of different games and stuff, I think, but I don't remember a Clem from anything. Probably a game I don't recognize. Yeah. Fafnir is a mythological name that is frequently used. Clem sounds vaguely familiar. Like a Tales of, or maybe a Wild Arms. I don't know if that's correct. Well, it seems like everyone's fine. Oh, hey, Boaster. That you should choose to abide in such harsh conditions. Boaster, why are you dying? I know how to fix that. That's right, it's Summoner Physic. Yay. Actually, I'm just gonna do this again. You! Ah, I see you found them. It's me. Something about Sucro just staring here is kind of funny. Just like, you! Cut to this. Sucro's just like, hi. It's me. I am a cat. Sucro probably has a little bit of a drawl to her voice, like a southern drawl kind of thing, but I never voice that. Maybe I should. I'm a cat. You know, like that. Yes, and none the worse for wear, thank the Fury. Delightfully spoken. Well, if you say so. My friends, forgive us if we have given cause for alarm. We come out of concern for your well-being. Though we understand why you quit the city, we fear you may have placed yourself at greater risk by coming here. His Grace Bishop Vartanois, too, worries for your health and prays for your swift return. So please, will you not allow us to escort you to the Holy See? I assure you, you will be much safer there than in this wretched place. Servants of the Fury will never be safe in this city, don't you see? This is your fault! You and your accursed revolution! The people disdain us, mock us behind our backs, and spit in our faces! Nod. Gasp. Sucro does love her book learnings, that's true. And now someone is conspiring to transform us into monstrosities! Enemies of the church, I'll wager, emboldened by your deeds! So no, I will not go back to Ishgard. I'd sooner freeze to death than suffer your pity. What? All I have ever done was in service to her. I am a good man. I do not. She cannot forsake me. Well, beans. I didn't catch that text box. Something like, help us, or whatever. Okay, bye. Sucro, we cannot allow him to harm any others. Give chase and do what you must. We will remain here and keep the others calm. Nod. Yeah, just turn into Hell Lizard and leave. It's fine. Deacon Clem, please do what you can to reassure them. Yes, of course. All shall be well, my friends. Come, join me in prayer. Do not worry about us. See to the beast. It cannot have gotten far. So I don't think this is a particular terminus beast we have not yet seen, I think. So what will the name be? I guess I could have left Boaster summoned for this. Anyway. Fell Beast. Well, okay, fair enough. That was the wrong button. The wicked shall be punished was a line of dialogue there. Just Fell Beast, huh? That's very interesting. Not a terminus anything. I wonder if that has any meaning. Yeah. To be fair, Summoner has like a lot of burst damage at the very start of their rotation too, so that definitely helps. Because they appear at the open world. Like as a safeguard against spoilers or something. So that some person at this part of the game doesn't wander over and go like, Terminus? Uh-oh. That's fair, yeah. Didn't think about that, but that's plausible. What of the beast? All shall be well, my friends. Okay, same dialogue there. Carbuncle is hiding in between Sucro's legs like a corgi does sometimes. I've had experiences where I'm just standing around and a corgi will approach from behind and stick their snout, like, between your feet for no reason. A corgi ambush. It's very adorable. Is it done, Sucro? Nod, probably. I didn't see that, actually. My thanks. What happened is most regrettable, but we must be grateful that no one else came to harm. While you were gone, the deacon was able to convince the others to return to the city. Let us escort them back at once, then reconvene at the congregation to consider our next course of action. For our purposes, we have the use of the strategy room. Announce yourself to the guard without, and he will show you in. Something about the strategy room is funny, a little bit. Also, I still think Carbuncle should be able to, like, ride on the back of the motorcycle or whatever mount you're using, or like in the sidecar of the new motorcycle that has one of those. Actually, I think the sidecar of the new motorcycle is already occupied by Alpha, and then it does have a spot for a second player, but they like sit on the back of it instead of in the sidecar. They should make a mount specifically for like Carbuncle in a sidecar if they're gonna do it for Alpha. Oh, there's a Clem in Warframe. I don't know why I'm driving back this slowly. I know very little about Warframe. I've tried it like once or twice, but like bounced off of it basically instantly. Is the 1 million MGP mount the blackjack or something else? Warframe is a game for sickos. I'm sort of getting a little bit back into Elder Scrolls Online, trying that again, and that feels like it could also be considered a game for sickos, so, you know. What the heck is that? Oh, conditional virtue. Right, that's the absolute virtue minion. Probably. Lords Emmerich and Otto RL await you within the strategy room. Will you be joining them now? Yes. I think I mentioned this before, but if I ever stream Elder Scrolls Online again, it might be... I might be, like, skipping the base game and getting to, like, I don't know, the first major expansion or something. Unless there's a part that I'm like, damn, that's really good, and then I go play it up to it again as a different character and show it, or something like that. Oh, that's funny. A voice bark sounding like a name. Oh. Did they then, like, add a Clem to the game in honor of the fan comics? I love it when stuff like that happens. Oh, that's good. That's really good. I like that. Here we shall discuss our plans to deal with the blasphemy. Whensoever you wish to enter, you need but say so to the guard. Have we seen this room before? I don't think we've actually seen this room before, like specifically. Those are large pole axes, or pole arms. Different weapon. Have we? It's got book in it. Sucro loves those. Sucro's famous quote, "I love books." She's saying this all the time. She's thinking it all the time. Halberds is probably the word I was trying to find. Lest you wonder, we have taken the clergyman to St. Raymonaz to rest and recover. If truth be told, the thought that they may still succumb to despair in turn remains at the forefront of my mind. Yet the risk would be greater still were we to keep them at arm's length and deny them the comfort of the church. Indeed, from the words he spoke, that inquisitor yearned for the days of old. Nod. He and others like him can scarcely be blamed, since the truth of the nation's founding and the Archbishop's machinations... Did I just say, like, machinations? That's when you're planning to do classical music, I think. Were made public knowledge, the church has been in turmoil. Though we've made great strides in separating religion and state, there has been far less progress in the reformation of the church. There are faint patterns on the floor tiles here. I got surprised by that.
The act of preparing to do something very, very foolish.
Me every day. When I do anything. Question mark. I don't do foolish things that much. I just do really silly things. I guess it's different. There are faint patterns on the floor tiles here that make them look like they are pointing in a direction, that make them appear as if they would be part of a floor tile puzzle. Except for the fact that the 4 that Sucro is next to, if they were like floor tiles that moved you around automatically, like would be just moving you in a square forever. Basically, it's one of Team Rocket's deadly speed traps that they've installed recently to permanently stop any 10-year-olds who try to enter their casino base. Do you think Team Rocket members ever prank each other by rearranging the floor tiles to make permanent, like, spin happen? I think they probably do, if that's possible. For our faith has been everything to us, our purpose and our comfort. 'Tis not an easy thing to reconcile one's beliefs with the betrayal of our spiritual leaders. Thus torn between their hearts and minds, many Ishgardians feel lost, and none more so than members of the clergy whose faith was once unshakable. Little wonder, then, that the most dedicated and devout are like to turn. Nod. So it seems, but further investigation is needed ere we draw a definite conclusion. With the war's end, Ishgard has set out on a new path. The choices we make now shall determine our course for the future. Come what may, we dare not squander the chance we have fought so hard to attain. Nod. Once the returned clergymen have sufficiently calmed down, I shall have the deacons speak with them, that we might gain insight into their individual plights. Good. Meanwhile, I shall take the opportunity to brief my men on recent developments. Nod. Pray take a moment's rest, my friend. You've earned it. When you're ready to continue our work, you may seek us out here. So this is what the start of an Endwalker role quest is like. I don't think this is really indicative of anything about the rest of the role quest, really. I'm also kind of assuming that these role quests are entirely completable right now and won't be abruptly halted at any point. Woo. I'm just watching Carbuncle like be on the chair for one frame. Woo. Or the table. Oh? Aw. Carbuncle cannot go on the altar. That's a shame. No forgiveness, no deliverance. Ah, Sucro, your timing could not be better. Deacon Clem has finished speaking with the rescued clergyman and will be here shortly to share his findings. Lord Emmerich, too, is on his way. Let us wait for them. If they ever like jump scare me with the voice acting in one of these cutscenes, I'm gonna make a startled sound, probably. I wonder if they will. I was also wondering about the epilogue, but more about when to place it in order of doing things. Deacon Clem, we thank you for making the inquiries on our behalf. So, well, I know that 6.5 is not out yet. Since I've mentioned it, let's briefly discuss the things that need to be done. So we need to do all the role quests, then 6.0 needs to be completed. You do the epilogue like right after 6.0, you think? I'll place it there. I think that this tentative order of things that I have is just mostly arbitrary. Okay, so role quests. Resume main story, role quest epilogue. After that, we reach the arbitrary zone, because I don't really know. The order I currently have things in is Somehow Further Hildebrand, 6.1, Pandemonium, 6.2, Tataru's Grand Endeavor, 6.3, Myths of the Realm, 6.4, Eureka Orthos Variant and Criterion Dungeons, 6.5, Tales of Newfound Adventure. Tales of Newfound Adventure can almost certainly be thrown in somewhere arbitrarily else, and not at the very end. And we probably shouldn't be worrying about any of this right now, because I barely even know what any of that means. I just wanted to throw that out there because I'm thinking about it, and I'm going to have to think about it, because we're halfway through Endwalker's main story, and that's, well, 6.0, and that's weird to think about? Anyway. 'Twas no imposition in the least. As I said, I am glad to do all I can. So 'tis our understanding that those we escorted back were all close acquaintances of the Inquisitor who turned. Like him, they too had been the subject of harassment by certain quarters of the populace. Is this correct? I know I just brought it up, but I'm realizing that we should probably not worry about this right this second. But yeah. Myths of the Realm might need you to start 6.1. Makes sense. I assume Tales of Newfound Adventure requires the completion of Newfound Adventure, which is the title of 6.1. Anyway. Nod. It is, I'm afraid, and they are far from alone. Men of the cloth were once afforded respect and deference as servants of Halone, but now they are openly reviled by many. We were complicit in perpetuating terrible lies, this is true. But we too were misled. We too are victims. Yet we are regarded by some as criminals. Some of you were kind of criminals. Even if all of that had been true, like, the type of Inquisitor who likes to throw people into a canyon is difficult to, like, redeem. Not all of you were that, but, you know. Do I understand the people's anger, but it saddens me to think that they would thus lash out at their fellow man, especially when we need solidarity most of all. Though I can imagine your plight, I would not presume to fully grasp your pain. Will you tell us of the challenges you and yours have had to face since the war's end? Thinking. Like all sons and daughters of Ishgard, we dreamed of peace in our lifetime. But now that it has come, we find we have little cause to rejoice. Our faith has long been the foundation of our lives. Overnight that foundation has been crippled by fractures, beyond repair for some. To learn that we had been deceived and that we had unwittingly deceived others in turn was devastating. We who had once been shepherds to men found ourselves lost lambs, bereft of surety and wanting for guidance. We have languished in darkness, all of us. Surely there was some part of the faith that was not about kill the dragons also, right? Like, that's not the entirety of your church, right? Right? Like, I know Halone loves war or whatever, but still. Yet I have faith that the church will redeem itself, that it will find a new path and again become a beacon of hope for the people. Yeah, the Halonic faith is definitely not just fight dragon war, but yeah, I guess. 1,000 years to aggressively downplay them, like the aspects of the faith that were not that. That's probably true. I see. Thank you for sharing this with us. Your testimony has confirmed our suspicions. According to our allies, that which causes people to turn is none other than their despair and anguish. If it wasn't before, 'tis now abundantly clear why members of the clergy are among the transformed. That you did not, I believe, is due to your unwavering faith in the Church. In light of this, we would ask for your continued cooperation. Gasp. Of course. Anything to help my brethren. Now that we've established the cause, that leaves us with the mystery of Profane Fafnir's identity. The progenitor of these troubles. Could he too have been a man of the cloth? Shakehead. From what I recall of his garb, I doubt it. He was dressed in the common fashion and inadequately against the cold besides. It is said that something of the individual may remain in the blasphemy, influencing its behavior. If we can determine what instincts drive Profane Fafnir, we may learn who it once was, and this knowledge, I believe, will prove vital in our efforts to stop it. Nod. Deacon Clem, we ask that you reach out to your fellow clergymen. Please do what you can to ease their anxieties. Understood. As I have ever done, I shall provide what comfort I can to those in need. Nod. Meanwhile, we must make it a priority to identify the blasphemy. To that end, I would seek out more eyewitnesses. The Hoplawn is a busy place at any given time. Some ordinary citizens are bound to have been present as that tragic event unfolded. I propose we make inquiries in the Pillars. If you could attend to the Hoplawn, Lord Artoirel and I will look in the surrounding areas. Nod. Yeah, I guess there is a lot of, like, what happens to a nation and a religion and all of the people involved in those things over the course of a very long war, which causes them to be sort of an isolationist society. It's a lot happened to Ishgard. It might be easy to forget about this because we haven't really had to deal with the consequences of all that stuff happening to Ishgard too often lately. But yeah. I feel like finding the parts of the Hellenic religion and doctrine that are not connected to the war against the dragons directly would be a good starting point, though, probably. Unless that part of the church has, like, splintered off and would also be considered heretical or blasphemous to... or would have been, maybe. I don't know. They would probably, after so many years of the religion being transformed by the war against the dragons, they would probably have difficulty believing that it could be rooted in something else at this point as well. Like they're having difficulty adjusting to the true history being known. So maybe that wouldn't help as much as I would hope. I have this area well in hand. I pray you make inquiries on the Hoplawn. There are bound to be others who witness the transformation. We have but to find them. So, I gotta go up. It does make a lot of sense also that, like, the blasphemy is taking the form of a dragon. Which makes me wonder if the other blasphemies are going to be taking forms connected to anything more directly, rather than just like, this is the monster that happened today. But like, yeah. Also, yeah, Ishgard, not just like the sound of wing beats, but like roars and all that stuff, probably not easy to deal with. No, I didn't see that dragon, nor would I have wished to, frightful as it sounds. They say it wasn't a Dravanian attack, but if not, then what was it? Whatever the beast was, I pray I never have to lay eyes upon it. I'd sooner forget it was ever here. That's true. They do both have connections to relevant myth, most likely. I wonder if we'll learn more about the Ishgardian Fafnir, like, or if that's just an incidental name choice, and not like... The dragon that appeared at the Hoplon, I saw it with my own eyes. One moment in Ellison, the next a terrible beast. He was a heretic, I take it? Dragon was massive, let me tell you. I didn't know heretics could transform into something so big. Okay, so most of Ishgard still, well, okay, we have a sample size of 2 people I've talked to, but a lot of people in Ishgard still believe transform into dragon equals Dravanian heretic. So we're not doing so well on the remembering that we're not at war anymore part. I wasn't present for the incident at the Hoplon, but a young man poorly dressed for the cold, that I did see. I recall him well because an aide from St. Vandreo's was searching for him. He was a patient at the infirmary, and by coincidence had the same name. Same name as whom? I know not what became of that young man, but I hope the aide found him. Same name as Vandreo? Vandreo? He plainly wasn't in a state to be wandering about alone. Vandreo. Yeah, that's also possible. Vandro. Fair enough. Unfortunately, I will probably never figure out how to pronounce French words and names. I've described before that I'm particularly bad at learning languages, in my experience. Were you able to learn anything? There you are, Sucro. Did your search yield any fruit? Yes. A patient of the firmament's infirmary, you say? Among those with whom I spoke, one claims to have witnessed an individual fitting that description. A man walking in a stupor who did not seem to feel the cold. If he had wandered straight out of the infirmary, it would explain his state of attire. Yes, I dare say we have found our blasphemy, but to think his name should be Vandro. 'Tis the same as that of former Heavensward Commander Sir Vandro de Rushman, for whom the infirmary is named. Rushmond? I don't know. Sir Vandro, however, retired from his station at a ripe old age some years ago. 'Tis not like to have been him. In any case, we have a lead. I shall head to the infirmary at once. Pray wait for me in the broom. I'm not sure that it would be... I don't know if you're saying Roachman because it looks like that, or because that's how you say it. Okay. Just being a prankster, a jokester. a little bit of a clown, if you will. Rashma? The clown button is surprisingly useful for all sorts of things. I don't know if I ever noticed that there were legible signs here. Like, this says the broom. This says, Saint whatever's forum. Yeah. Saint Valorian's forum. I don't know if I noticed that those signs were legible. I've considered putting other things on an easily accessible soundboard, but my Stream Deck is taken up entirely by different faces, the rainbow button, which I've still not automated, the primal button, which I might be able to automate, gun, which counts as a face, oddly enough, this or that, dabbing, also a face, etc. I only have one button for a sound, and it's clown right now. Thank you for petting Calico. No! Sucro taking fall damage sound effect. Make me sad. Lord Artuarel should not be long. Let us wait here. In fact, let us wait here. I'm gonna be right back. I didn't test this before the stream to see if it works, but I guess it's time to figure it out now. Who wants to gamble? Does it work? No, it doesn't. Hold on. Wait, no, it did. It did. It is working. I see it. I see it. It's working. It's fine. Gamble. Hello. I love to see people reacting to the funny hamster channel point bet minigame. It makes me glad that people engage with it and enjoy it. As long as nobody actually gets into a state of despair as a result of losing channel points. Especially not now when they might transform into a blasphemy of some kind. Also, I don't think I realized I was doing a Shulk quote by saying, "I see it!" Until I saw, "This is going to leave a mark!" But I don't remember exactly how he says that. Anyway. That's Dunban over there. I'm just thinking about Shulk saying this or that, like when he chooses the Monado mode in Smash Bros. Smash! Turning into a hamster probably wouldn't be too bad.
Now it's Sucro time. Think you can take her? Don't forget her.
God. Don't forget me! That... If you've never seen it, you should look for the YouTube video, the Xenoblade Chronicles 2 battle theme, but you won't forget it. It's an important video. In fact, hold on. I will play like 2 seconds of it. It might be loud. If I can type Xenoblade Chronicles without typing something entirely different by accident. By missing all of the keys. This is gonna be probably really loud, isn't it? Yes. Yeah. This is important. There was a bug in Xenoblade Chronicles 2 where these guards at one part of the game would apparently just constantly repeat voice lines forever. Constantly. And so it was remixed. Anyway. I don't know that much about Xenoblade Chronicles 2, but I won't forget that. Xerox Crocs. Oh, there wasn't just like one part of the game? I think I remember seeing a part of it. I saw like a part of it that was specifically like attacking a base full of that enemy type. So I assumed it was a specific part of the game and not like an enemy that repeatedly shows up all the time. That's pretty good. This is Loverick, the aide who was in charge of Andro. Have you found him? Oh, please say that you have. We have not, I'm afraid, but we seek to and hope that you could tell us more about him. May we ask how he came to be at the infirmary? He was found by a patrol in the Central Highlands. After being treated for his hurts, he was brought to us for convalescence. Being in the prime of his years, he had been doing well, but then... Prime of his years. By all accounts, he is no old man. It seems safe to assume it isn't Sir Vandro. Gasp? Oh no, he's definitely a different person, as I told Lord Artoirel. And I thought he gave his name as and though he gave his name as Vandro, he seemed rather confused, and we had no means to confirm his identity. In his state, he shouldn't be wandering about on his own. Please, you must find him. Nod. The man who recently turned into a beast at the Hoplon. We regret to say it may have been Vandro. Wait, they fixed that whole Xenoblade situation by messing with the audio clip itself? That's wacky as a choice. What? No, how can this be? Is there aught you can tell us? Things he may have said or done while in your care? While he was still unconscious, he would often ramble. Though most of it was incoherent, he mentioned the archbishops many times. Oh, and he spoke of a bishop too. Bishop Vartenois. I assumed he was a pious man, given this. I see. Thank you for your cooperation. We will continue our investigation, and should we confirm what became of Vandro, we'll inform you forthwith. Nod. Let us return to the congregation for now. I know even less about Xenoblade Chronicles 3 than I do about Xenoblade Chronicles 2. And I feel like those games are not likely for me, but I do hope there is a part in Xenoblade 3 where someone, like, deliberately says, like, something about how they've never forgotten those soldiers, or they have forgotten the soldiers, or something like that. Basically, I just hope there is a deliberate reference to the meme somewhere. How do I get here again? Right. Yeah, that is nice that Rex is just like, but I love both of you, or whatever. Who could this Vandro be? And yeah, the Xenoblade 2 character designs are whack as heck. The mystery remains, but we are one step closer to identifying the man who became Profane Fafnir. Nod. Thinking. Indeed, though he did not at first appear to be a member of the clergy, his words betray a fervent faith. And how curious that he should speak not only of the Archbishop, but Bishop Vartenois specifically. Shrug. Perhaps he was personally acquainted with his grace. In light of the possibility, I believe we should speak with him directly. Agreed. I will request an audience, but his grace has many demands upon his time. It may be a while before we are seen. Should you have other business, pray feel free to attend to them in the meanwhile. Nod. I do not, in fact, have any other business at this time. Only justice, only vengeance. So the first quest was 85, then 86, now 87. So I wonder if each of the role quests is going to have like 85, 86, 87, 88, 89. No 90 though. I'm pretty sure that they won't have a level 91 because I do know that like the job specific gear, which I believe is acquired in part due to role quests stuff, again, is all level 89 and not 90. So, okay. Sucro, excellent timing as ever. Deacon Clem has just sent word that Bishop Vartenois will see us right now. See us now, by which I mean right this instant. It's extremely short notice, I know, but it would not do to miss the opportunity to learn how he and Vandro may be connected. Not wishing to keep his grace waiting, Lord Emmerich is already on his way to St. Ramenos Cathedral. Come, let us hurry there ourselves. And then Vartanois has a gun and attempts to shoot Emmerich because only Emmerich is there first. And he's evil. Oh no. Probably. I don't know, maybe. This is like that time in Chrono Trigger where you get rid of the corrupt Chancellor and then there's another one. Except I think that's mostly time travel shenanigans, actually. Or no, I think there are two separate corrupt chancellors in different time periods. Why am I having so much trouble figuring out how to navigate this map? I think it's because there's other like quest objectives that stand out on the map that are like, this is where you go for gun or whatever. It seems His Grace is yet to arrive. Ah, Sucro, full glad am I that you could join us. My lords, I am so sorry. I informed His Grace that you were making your way hither, but shortly before you arrived, he recalled that he had urgent business and had to leave the cathedral at once. He cannot have yet gone far, though, so if you wish to search for him in the hopes that you can steal a moment of his time, you can still steal a moment of his time. To grant us an audience, only to depart with such haste, what business could be so pressing? Couldn't find the gun to shoot Emmerich with, probably. Oh no, I left my gun elsewhere. Oh, phooey. I was going to kill a man. At least now I get to set up an ambush for him when he comes looking for me to talk about his important business. With my gun. That I have. See, look, Emmerich's not even over here because I killed him with my gun. I found His Grace, Sucro. Well now, that even the savior of Ishgard should be here. I can't kill you with my gun, Your Grace. Your Grace, perhaps 'tis simply our misunderstanding, but we were under the impression that you had granted us an audience. With my bullets? From my gun? Lord Speaker, rest assured I was just about to return to the cathedral. Thank you for clipping that. There is no need, Your Grace. This will not take long. As you may have heard, we are investigating a young man named Vandro. Is he known to you? No, I cannot say he is. With the exception of the former Archimandrate, I am sure I know no one by that name. But mine and the Archbishop's are known to many, yes? Perhaps the youth took inspiration from public services over which we presided. Goodly soul that he is. Full glad am I that his faith was of comfort to him in sickness, and I pray to Haloni that he will soon be found in good health. Hey, Archbishop? You don't know... Well, wait, well, not Archbishop. Well, maybe Archbishop? I've already forgotten. But hey, I feel like you would know who became Beast. So that's pretty suspicious of you to say that. Now then, if there was nothing else, I shall return to my duties. I'm getting a brain vision of how you found your gun in the bush over there. Or whatever you were doing. What is happening here? Fear not, Your Eminence. I shall carry on your legacy. I was waiting for when the quest line would escalate, truthfully. We have completed the preparations as per your instructions, but are you certain this will work? It will, it must. Lord Emmerich spoke the truth when he revealed the Archbishop sought primal powers to strengthen the people's faith. I could not bring myself to believe it, not at first, but in the course of cataloging his Eminence's personal articles, I came across his journal. And a really, really big sword. I guess. Or maybe that was just left here. Maybe we should have thrown the sword... No, wait. Throwing things into a ravine never helps. Shoot. We need a better plan for, like, disposing of magical relics that are problems in Ishgard specifically, that aren't ravine related. Like a solution that isn't ravine related. Therein he had written that, though through abundant ether and fervent prayer, it is possible to make gods of men. All the power we require lies in this place, this Aziz La. How did you get here? By channeling the essential elements into the soulless flesh and sword we found. I guess, Skyboat. We shall summon forth King Thordan and his knights 12, and by his blessing Ishgard shall be restored to its former glory. Nod. Do you think this guy knows what Sucro having a vision means? Or does he just think that she has a headache right now? Do you think that part about the savior of Ishgard is known? It doesn't appear that the giant sword is not a problem. So what do you mean you found this soulless flesh, by the way? What do you mean by that? Gasp. And what is this? It's just an ordinary man, scarcely changed from before. Hey. Ah, jeez. Is this exactly what Varus warned about? I forgot about that. His cloned Elysium. His Eminence. I must protect... What do you mean cloned? I mean, I guess there's a lot of clones laying around in Aziz La, probably. No, this isn't right. Confound it. Perhaps I overlooked something. I must return to the Holy See and review the journal. Here I go. Your Grace, what shall we do with this thing? Leave it. 'Tis a failure without use or value. The denizens of this place will deal with it soon enough. Yeah, nothing good is happening here. Sucro, are you well? Were you perchance granted a vision of the past? Yeah, I know, like, the entire plot of this side quest now. An attempted summoning of King Thordan and his Knights 12. You're still here? I guess you didn't know what that meant. Well, okay. Your Grace, you should know full well that summoning is strictly forbidden. You will accompany us to the congregation and explain yourself. I'm imagining the Knights of the Round as like a pie chart with like each individual knight as a section of the wheel at this point. Time for this guy to transform immediately. I have dedicated my life to the church, conducted my affairs in accordance with the scriptures, and taught others to do likewise. But you took it all from us, tore down everything that defined us. I can't choose the text speed here. You cannot know how it feels to have your very existence rejected, to be forsaken by your community, to be denied by your society. Well, I deny you and this justice. I deny an Ishgard where the church has no place. I refuse to accept it. Do you hear me? I refuse to accept it. I am also Fell Beast. Well, okay, book time. Yeah, Emmerich does know exactly that. That's also true. Also, Emmerich is very powerful, I guess. Your Grace, no! I kind of got the feeling from that speech that someone here probably knows about that, but I forgot about that specific detail of Emmerich being a bastard child of the Pope. So yeah. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. That it should come to violence yet again. Would that your hand had not been forced, my lord. Deacon Clem should not be alone at this time. I shall remain with him while tending to the aftermath. When things have settled, I will return to the congregation. Pray go on ahead and get some rest. Nod. Hey Emmerich, can you teach me how to use a paladin weapon to kill things in one hit? Because I don't think I can do that. Do I have to be in a cutscene? I don't get to attack in cutscenes. Emmerich, are you cheating? Emmerich, stop cheating. Gosh. Yeah. That is also a true point. Can I check this dialogue again? Your very existence rejected, forsaken by your community and denied by your society. Yeah, that's a lot of Ishgard, my dude. And a lot of it was your type of person denying them. So, you know. Maybe Emmerich is secretly a preview of the class that uses a sword that's appearing in Dawntrail. He's going to switch his battle stance in like 6.5 or something. Once again, I forget how to go to a basic location. It's over here somewhere. He probably would say something like that. Yeah. To quote the video game known as Mega Man Sprite Game, I am honestly glad he is dead. Wait, was that actually a feature? You could be a gladiator without a shield? I thought that was like a flavor detail of like, there are people who don't use shields. I mean, you can technically use an invisible shield. Miasma used to be a summoner thing, I guess. I guess they didn't rewrite that part. How fares the deacon? Well enough, given the circumstances. Though understandably shaken, he is more determined than ever to help his fellows. Truly, he is possessed of a stout heart. But to think that even a member of the Synod could succumb to despair in turn. The crisis gripping the church is far graver than I had imagined. I had no idea. I played a little bit of 1.0, but I barely got anywhere. I had no idea there was a no shield gladiator. That's really cool. Maybe, I wonder if that's part of why they're having like a sword class job, whatever. I also still want to know what it is, but I think we'll probably learn what that job is next month, right? Because the second part of FanFest is happening. Probably. I'm still betting on Rune Fencer, and by betting I mean I'm guessing and not wagering anything. I had a dream where Sucro became a Rune Fencer, and it looked like Link's Awakening DX for some reason. Anyway. In pushing for such an abrupt separation of religion and state, we may have exacerbated the growing divide between the clergy and the general populace. Sucro, will you recount in full that which you witnessed in your vision? Nod. Recounting. Continuing to explain. That he should seek to use one of Alag's unholy abominations to create a primal. Yet that which manifested was not like the being you fought, but rather retained the form of a man, one driven by the desire to protect the Archbishop. Nod. We may safely assume the bishop did not have sufficient ether. Bereft of Nidhogg's eye, the sword Ascalon no longer has such power. Nor does that of the Warring Triad remain to be harnessed, thanks to your valorous intervention. Hey, a line that's probably different if he never did that part. Neato. Or maybe that line is just skipped over. But if the summoning failed, then how did the clone come to possess life? And what purpose drives it? Lack of ether notwithstanding, the necessary components were present for a summoning. Perhaps the ritual itself was a success, and the vessel, though imperfect, arose as a champion of the Archbishop. Yet how did he come to be in the Central Highlands? You believe that this clone and the man who became the blasphemy are one and the same? Nay, I merely speculate. Yet considering what we know of the clone in Vandro, it would seem a likely possibility. Whatever the truth may be, it will not elude us forever. But first I must lay some groundwork for the next phase of our investigation. God's permitting, I will have news to share ere long, so pray look in on us when you can. Nod. Hey, I think these role quests are going to be overall... I'm getting the impression that these might be shorter than the Shadowbringers ones. Not like a super much way very shorter, but I'm gonna guess there's like an hour left of this, maybe? Maybe. Yeah, here's 88. So after this one is the last one, according to my speculation. According to my calculations. We might, or at least start a second one. If you think it's so, if everyone thinks it's okay to start a second one, that is. Sucro, you are ever a sight for sore eyes. And I'm a cat. I'm voicing my accent now. Ill tidings, my friends. I dispatched the Temple Knights to find the clergyman who aided in Bishop Vartinoir's summoning attempt. Regrettably, when confronted, all turned and had to be put down. Without their accounts, how then to ascertain that the clone and Vandro are the same individual? Maintaining the assumption that they are, perhaps we should instead consider how Vandro may have found his way to Kurthus. According to Sucro's vision, he was abandoned in Azizla, but what did he do afterwards? That's, yeah, that's 2 extra people turning, I think, unless it was more than that. Then there is but one way to ascertain the truth. We follow his trail. I shall go and search for the clone in Azizla. If he's still there, then we are dealing with a different individual. A splendid idea. We leave the floating continent in your capable hands. Meanwhile, Sucro and I shall retrace Vandro's steps whence he first appeared. Upon being found in the Central Highlands, he was taken to Camp Dragonhead. Let us begin by making inquiries there. Nod. How come I haven't been voicing Sucro's accent this entire time? I guess I wasn't certain about it. And also, like, I don't have a lot of occasion to talk in the Sucro voice, whatever that may be. Yeah, it's kind of funny how everyone's just like, yeah, I'll go to Azizla, I guess. You know, like, whatever. It's fine. You know, for a minute, I saw the sky being orange and I was very worried, but it's just sunset. It's just actually sunset this time. Investigating the stranger we found, are you? I wasn't involved myself, so I can't tell you much about the fellow. He's demonstrated that he can fight. He's not entirely untrained. But in case it is of interest, earlier the same day, I caught sight of an airship flying dangerously low. It soon disappeared into the brewing snowstorm, looking none too steady. You have learned about clone trying to fly the airship poorly. So I'm assuming that this clone being imbued with the desire to protect the Archbishop is because of the reasons they wanted to summon the Knights of the Round again, to protect their way of life as they saw it. I'm not sure if that was explicitly stated, but that's what the conclusion I'm getting out of this. Well now, if it isn't the late Lord Haurchefant's dear friend, is there something you require? Ah yes, the mystery man. I was among those who tended him. He was not attired for the snow, much less the snowstorm in which he'd been caught, and was suffering from frostbite. When people are extremely cold, they may mistakenly feel that they are warm and disrobe. That might explain his state of undress. I don't know that it's very polite if someone approaches you and you're like, oh, you know that person who died. Like, hey. Come on, hey. Oh, I know you. You were friends with the person who died that everyone thought was really cool. Come on, you don't have to bring that up. Ah, 'tis ever an honor to receive you. What brings you to our humble camp this day? An injured man who was found out in the wilds. Yeah, that too. Yes, I know the one. I was with the patrol that chanced into him north of here at Providence Point. He was unconscious and in a bad way, and we hurriedly bore him back to camp. After doing what we could for him, we sent him on to the city. That part is probably not common knowledge, yeah. Oh, Emmerich is over here because he forgot to ever talk to the Chocobo Keep every time he passed through, probably. There you are. Were you able to learn aught of interest? I learned this, and this, and this. A mysterious man found collapsed after an airship was seen flying low. Yes, the accounts I heard are consistent with yours. I, for one am curious about the fate of this unknown airship. To that end, I have arranged a pair of black chocobos for us, more efficiently to scour the area. We shall continue our search to Providence Point, where Vandro is said to have been found. Sucro, I heard about the new mechanic where people get escorted by... Where people do like a guided tour on flying mounts, and I wanted to try it. If you are ready, let us be off. Something I'll note about this is that I don't feel like my role as a magical DPS job at the moment has had basically anything to do with this questline whatsoever. There was like an initial justification for it that was like just sort of there. Nothing so far. Let us continue northeast. And then for like the rest of it, it's never been relevant. This could have been done as any job, and it would have been the same. I mean, it is connected to summoning in a sense. They did request someone who had magical ability. Found the airship. Oh, hey, wait. That's Swery McGee over there. Not to be confused with the game dev, Swery. By the Fury, it's the blasphemy. Now that you mention it, if you didn't know about chocobos, that probably would affect the mood in some way, huh? Well, time for me to learn about this. Hey, Fafnir, just chill for a second while I remember things, okay? Interesting that I even get echo vision memory of this clone who was soulless and then imbued with primal summoning energy. You can really just get an echo memory of whatever, I guess. Whatever, whoever, whenever. His Eminence must protect His Eminence. I mean, yeah, you would be unlikely to be at this part of the game without knowing the chocobo, but still. Ah, you're finally awake. Alone be praised. How are you feeling? Strong enough to speak? Can you tell me your name? My name is Zephyrin, no, Cherubert, was it Pelgrin Polcrane? So many names swirling in my mind and voices that reject them. Is there none they will accept? Are you all right? Still could do without the fade to white being so bright, but you know. Vandro. My name is Vandro. Well now, that's the same as our infirmary. I dare say fate has guided you to us. So Vandro, if you're feeling up to a little conversation, can you tell me about yourself? Anything else you remember? Anything at all? Proud son of House Zamail, nay, a devout servant of Halone who lives for the rush of battle, the pleasure in inflicting pain, the attentions of maidens, to fight beside my brother in arms. A low-born runt whose every effort went unrewarded, whose very name disqualified him from ever leading the Temple Knights. But His Eminence raised me up, granted me a place at his side. From that day forth I pledged my sword to his service, pledged my very being, my life to be offered up in defense of his. Yeah, that... trying to piece together that must be nightmarish. Gasp. I am a knight of the Heavensward, sworn to protect and serve the Archbishop. questioning Hentel. Oh, you're a knight. Forgive me if that sounded rude, but I had no idea. And while I realize your memories may be a bit muddled, I'm afraid I must inform you that the Heavensward have not been seen in quite some time and are presumed dead. And the Archbishop, well, he is most certainly no longer of this world. But the important thing is you're safe now, and we'll help you get back on your feet. Speaking of which, let me bring some food and water. You must be absolutely famished. Yeah, this poor individual. The Archbishop dead? No, this cannot be. How can I still be alive when he is not? I must find him. Sucro! Huh? What? What? Oh, hey! Hey there. Thank you for waiting politely while I had that happen. For the glory of King Thornton! Hey, what's up? Don't recognize me as the person who killed Thornton somehow, please. Oh no. Or maybe you did and ran away because of that? I don't know. Well, okay. Bye. Another vision, I take it. Yeah, they seem to be happening rather often and inconveniently, actually. Hey, wait a minute. Are the Echo Visions tied in any way to, like, Heidelin's strength? Because Heidelin is supposed to be, like, really weak and not speaking to people right now. But I guess that part of the Echo might be completely unrelated. Unless this is foreshadowing, of course, that, you know, Heidelin's not actually weak right now. Okay, fair enough. Let us make for Ishgard. I expect that Lord Artuarel will return soon, if he is not already, and we should both be glad to hear your tale. I saw how this person basically, like, we don't know who this person was a clone of, but they didn't have a soul, and were basically a corpse, and then, like, they're... What I'm guessing is probably, like, their only moments of actually existing. They were trying to figure out who they were based on the memories of, like, 12 people that they had all at the same time, but very confusedly. There's a lot going on. Oh, right. Yeah. There are people with the Echo without the Blessing of Light, so that's not really Heidelin related. Sometimes it's artificial, but, well, okay, every time that is the case, it's artificial, actually, I think. When you remove the man from the tempering. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Is there anyone who has the Echo without having the Blessing of Light, without the Echo being artificial? Because, like, Fordola and Xenos have the Echo and not the Blessing of Light, but they both have artificial Echo. No? Okay. That does make it a little bit more unclear. Ah, Sucro, I pray your search was more productive than mine own. The Asians, technically? Okay, that's kind of true. Or they have more of what the Echo used to be? The people who saw the meteor showers heard Heidelin, so they might have the Blessing of Light. Everyone is here. Excellent. So, were you able to find our clone in Azazla? Nay, naught but the discarded Ascalon remained. How fared you with your own efforts in the Central Highlands? Hey, maybe we should retrieve Ascalon and get rid of it. just in case. In the course of retracing Vandro's steps, we came upon the wreck of the Soleil. Oh, we knew the name of the airship? It's the Soleil? I suspect he found the vessel abandoned in Azizla and tried to use it to return to Ishgard. Wait, is that an airship that we knew before? Is that like the airship that Heavensward took to Azizla originally? That would make a lot of sense, actually. But he crashed en route and was subsequently rescued by a patrol from Camp Dragonhead. Nod. So it would seem, and the Archbishop's airship was not the only thing we found. Profane Fafnir was there too. The creature chose to flee, but not before Sucro had a vision of Andro's past. Go on, my friend. Share with us what you witnessed. I'll do my best. Did you notice I'm voicing my accent now? I don't know why. Just decided to do it, I guess. All the pieces fit, and it is as you surmised, my lord. Bandro and the clone are one and the same, and in his despair he turned into the blasphemy. Yet the confusion he exhibited when asked his name, 'tis as if he wasn't sure of his own identity. I'm glad you like the accent. I think the accent is something I did in like the very first streams and then dropped. Or like I did like once or like talked about it really early on or something. I don't know. According to the Scions, primals retain the memories of their previous incarnations. Oh, I forgot I did it for all of Frey's dialogue. Oh yeah! That was really... Shoutouts to Heavensward era me for thinking of that, actually. I forgot. Past Robin has good ideas sometimes. So yeah, that basically, having done it for that much does make it basically canon, even though Dark Knight isn't canon, Sucro. Wicked sick. Dark Knight, it's wicked sick. Yeah. That's the sound that you make when something is wicked sick and you're excited about it. It sounded like it was verging into actually feeling sick, which is not intentional. Anyway, according to the Scions, primals retain the memories of their previous incarnations. From this, it may be assumed that the clone harbors the memories of all those who became King Thornton and his Knights 12. Though he struggled to reconcile these conflicting memories, he managed to settle on the name Bandro. Wait, what's still canon? Dark Knight is not canon to Sucro, is what I was trying to say at some point, if that's what you mean. I'm just saying that using the voice for that makes the voice feel more canon? The accent? Oh, the primals having memory. Silly me thinking we're talking about Sucro still, when the game story is happening. I kind of forgot about that detail, but because it doesn't show up that often, actually. The voices within were clearly in agreement when facing Sucro, the mere sight of whom drove the blasphemy to flee. Above all, however, they share in the desire to protect the Archbishop. This desire was seared into Vandro's very being, and when he learned that he no longer had a purpose... The Heavensward took up arms against us in Ishgard. By their hand were we robbed of one of our finest knights and a dear friend. Even so, I would not wish such a terrible fate upon them. I've just noticed that, like, the halberds on the wall there are, like, fused through the center. It's not one overlaid on top of another. So they're, like, extremely ornamental weaponry. Because it's actually, like, a cross. of metal. Or an X, which is also a cross, but like rotated. You know what I mean. The self-same fate inflicted upon full many clergymen, and a fate I fear ordinary citizens will succumb to if we fail to act. The people will not soon forget the betrayal of our church's leadership, nor should they. But absent the comfort and stability once afforded to them by the institution, many have become lost, and are all too vulnerable to despair. The people don't have to forget, but they need to move forward, or the church can still be a source of comfort, but things need to change. Both of these are true. The halberdarang. Very powerful weapon indeed. Church can still be a source of comfort, but things need to change. Okay, doing the Sucro voice definitely feels correct now. Now that I actually read like a dialogue option in it. Oh, the chat's being a little bit weird maybe. It seems okay, but I thought as much myself, my friend, but to hear you say it as well. Indeed, when the ground upon which we stand crumbles, we must find the strength to move forward, even should it cause us pain to do so. I don't think ghosts and left or right interact, or like this or that interacts with the chat bubbles in any way. But I'm okay with the explanation for anything on the stream messing up as Ghost pranking. I think Ghost is just the prankster that's responsible for all stream errors now. I think that's just stream canon now, suddenly. Lord Artoirel, at the next house session, I shall call for an ecumenical, what does that mean, Emmerich? Sorry. Emmerich, I read a lot of books, but I don't know all the words.
Ecumenical.
That one. Representing a number of different Christian churches. I shall call for an ecumenical council to be held. Gasp! My lord, such a gathering is reserved for... Oh, you intend for the church to codify new doctrine? Nod. Since the separation of religion and state, we have refrained from interfering in church affairs. But if the church is to remain a part of Ishgardian society and continue serving the people, it must reconsider its role and formally address recent revelations. Christian is just what the definition said when I looked it up. I would call for this council not as the Lord Speaker, but as a humble adherent of the faith. And also someone who has power to call for a council. Long had I considered whether such measures were necessary, but lacked the courage to set them in motion. I now have it, thanks to you. Smile. Smile. Nod. I shall attend to the necessary preparations at once. Among other things, we must reach out to those of the clergy who are amenable to reform. I ask for your patience in the meantime. Level up to 89 and then we'll be done. Oh, you're already level 90. Well, okay then. I guess we're done now. Coconut cod chowder. A Near Eastern soup. That seems like... Wait. Not only does this have nothing to do with Ishgard, it's a vitality food, which has very little to do with magical DPS? Did they make all of these quest lines and then like draw the role from a hat and assign them arbitrarily? church reform for them was just one of those things. You know those things where you're always like, oh, determination critical makes sense. All foods based vitality. Okay, fine. That's just me not knowing about the foods. Fair enough. So, them waiting until now for the church reform is, you know how like there's something you really need to do, but you keep putting it off for a long time, and then something comes up that's like, okay, fine, I have to do it now, I guess. Like, for example, if you, like, I don't know, your washing machine or something, a major appliance in your household were beginning to malfunction, and you're like, you know, I probably need to look into that. I probably need to like get that checked or like look into replacements. And then it just stops working entirely when you really need it. And you're like, hey. It's like that, but on like the scale of a government, you know? Emmerich needs to replace his appliances, is what we're saying here. What do you think Emmerich would think about microwaves? Do you think he'd be like, by the Fury? I think he probably would. I think microwaves would be astonishing technology to many in this realm, though they probably exist to some degree. Anyway, weird brain tangent aside. Ah, Sucro. Owing to Lord Emmerich's swift action, I am pleased to say that the Ecumenical Council will soon be held. In case you are unaware, the Council is the highest assembly in the Ishgardian Orthodox Church. Its purpose, to deliberate and decide upon doctrine. Well, if you introduce microwaves to Ishgard, I don't know how many lives you would save, because I don't know how easily accessible they would be to the people who need them most. Yeah, he would try to microwave a metal bowl immediately, probably. The previous one was held no less than 80 years ago, and 4 archbishops have since come and gone. As such, most Ishgardians know little of it save that which they have read in the historical records. Traditionally, the archbishop and members of the synod would meet behind closed doors. In light of Bishop Vartinois' fate, however, this time the doors will be thrown open to the public. Money does ruin everything. This is true. The machinists would be likely, or machinists or whatever, would be likely to... I feel like if anyone invented microwaves, it would be Garland Ironworks. I mean, they have the thermocoil mega blaster or whatever the heck. Oh, I need to do that Gunbreaker quest. That sounds really cool, actually. There was a little bit in the Ishgardian restoration stuff about improving conditions in the broom and whatnot. That was good. I should do the Gunbreaker quest. The entire Gunbreaker quest line isn't bad. I wouldn't be opposed to showing that on stream arbitrarily sometime. Oh yeah, you're in this storyline. Indeed, for the first time in history, all men and women of the faith may have a hand in shaping the mission and the teachings of the Church. 'Tis my hope that you will also join us in this endeavor. Deacon Clem, allow me to express our gratitude for your efforts in facilitating the Council. We appreciate the difficulty of your position. The only other job that I can immediately think of right now that I would want to consider showing would be the Summoner one, because it has some interesting like lore information, but I think it's probably mostly stuff that's already known or no longer really relevant for the part of the story that we're at. Maybe. Like, the Scholar one is one I could show, but there's parts of it I don't like. So I don't really want to. Summoner does have an Ascian get destroyed. I've seen most of the Summoner quests except for the last one, so I have to assume you mean Ymitra. Ymitra's pretty cool. Yeah, I haven't seen the very last one. So... Oh, the talking book. I forgot about the talking book. But I think she'd probably like Ymitra as well. Ymitra is a research friend who likes reading and research and knowledge and learning. But yeah, the talking book. I think Sucro would be confused by the talking book. A little bit. She wouldn't know what to think about the talking book. I merely heed my conscience and my faith, my lord. Acting in Bishop Vartanois' stead, I shall do all within my power to see that the church may serve the people once more. Nod. Where is the Lord Speaker, if I may ask? He stepped outside for a moment, saying that he wished to gather his thoughts ahead of the council. The hour draws nigh, however. Sucro, I shall proceed to the vault with the good deacon. In the meantime, may I ask you to find Lord Emmerich? He should be at the last vigil, I believe. He's probably getting attacked by a dragon right now. What if Profane Fafnir doesn't show up until the council and just shows up and says, "Your god stinks!" and then leaves? And then people are sad. I'm the best at blasphemy. I'm gonna briefly look at all the other... Okay, so warrior quests, I don't think I would want to do. Dark Knight quests, if I leveled up Dark Knight all the way, they're probably interesting. Gunbreaker ones are pretty alright. Monk, I don't think I'd want to do. Dragoon, maybe if I ever play that. Ninja, I don't think I'd want to do. Samurai was pretty good from what I saw. Reaper, I don't think I'd want to do. There's a lot of these that I don't think I'd want to do for various reasons. Weight Mage, Scholar, there's parts I don't like. There's parts of a lot of these I don't like very much, truthfully. Like I think with like job quest lines, there's some that stand out as good and the rest are either like mediocre or not great, in my opinion. Like Paladin, for example, was mostly bad, but it was funny. And also I wanted to show it because I was maining Paladin for most of the time. Warrior is fine, I guess. There's some entertaining shenanigans in there, but it's not the sort of entertaining shenanigans that are my favorite. Dark Knight, interesting. Gunbreaker, pretty interesting. Monk has characters that are obnoxious in it. Dragoon, probably fine. Rogue is kind of... Rogue was fun. I showed the Rogue ones. Ninja is sort of like middling, to use a word that was just used in the chat. Ninja's sort of middling, and there's like one part I don't like. When I say I don't like something, you can infer from that probably what I mean. Samurai is probably pretty good. Reaper is... the villain of Reaper is like... That villain is not great to me. That villain is bad for me. White Mage is kind of like... Scholar, there's some parts that I think are awkward. Yeah, it's like Xenos, but like... It's kind of like Xenos and Fandaniel, but not... but worse. And like there's more two-dimensional somehow. I don't know. Red Mage was pretty good from what I remember, yeah. Astrologian is fine. Sage was good. I like the Sage ones a lot. Bard, we saw some of those were pretty good. Machinist is kind of like, it's I don't remember anything happening in it. Dancer I kind of like. I could show the Dancer ones at some point, maybe. Black Mage is kind of, Black Mage is just people being mysteriously like, do you want the power of the void? Okay, here it is. That's it, I think. And then Summoner is pretty interesting. Red Mage I remember being good. Blue Mage is funny, but I'd have to like dedicate a lot of time to like actually get anywhere with Blue Mage. So basically, in conclusion, a few of them are pretty good or okay, and most of them are just like fine or like kind of, and then there's like one or two that are. If I had to like pick out which ones of these are bad, I would probably just say Paladin Gladiator is the only one that immediately comes to mind. But it's like so bad it's kind of funny and worth talking about, and we did, so you know. That's my opinion on the job quest lines. I bet that the job quest lines for the Endwalker ones will be better because, well, okay, Reaper was just kind of but Sage was, I really liked the Sage ones. So, I say there's a decent chance of whatever the Dawn Trail jobs are of having interesting quests, and I'll probably be checking those out like first thing when the expansion releases, honestly. Anyway. I keep getting derailed, but I guess that's fine. Blue Mage is still a weird, limited job, as they call it. It got updated a little bit recently, but it's still a limited job that you can only use in specific ways. Oh, 'tis you, my friend. Is it time already? Nod. It sure is. I see. My apologies for making you come and fetch me. I have been thinking, Sucro, on the path I have chosen to walk, and on those who have been left behind as a consequence of my actions. I don't remember if Sage had a unique enemy model, but I liked the storyline and stuff for the Sage quests, and I covered that one on camera. They did have a unique model? That's cool. I don't remember if Reaper does. I feel like the villain of Reaper probably has a unique boss design or whatever, but he mostly like contorts and like sticks out his tongue and goes, "Bleh, I am the evil man." And that's basically the entirety of the villain of Reaper. It's bad. Yeah, Orcus, that's the name of the guy. Grandpa for. I guess that's one way to put it. Anyway. Orcus is dumb. I don't like Orcus. Those who died fighting, those burdened with boundless grief, those deprived of position and purpose. Like any nation, Ishgard is made up of disparate souls with disparate beliefs. Without an enemy to unite us, we recall the differences we once set aside out of necessity, and find amongst our old friends new ideological foes. Oh, also, I will say one thing for the Reaper questline, and that is that it is the origin of this emote that we have. This was a cropped shot of Sucro being asked if she would like kill or something. I don't remember exactly. Like, are you willing to destroy the world? I don't know. I forget the screenshot. I forget the text box. It's in the very start of the Reaper quest though. Yeah. The future I had envisioned is far more difficult to secure than I had ever imagined. What must I do for our people to live in harmony, for our nation to move forward as one? I think the meeting that we're going to do is be a good start. Probably. Such questions I have been pondering. We should begin making our way to the council. Shall we continue our conversation while we walk? Nod. Sucro, I heard about the escorting an NPC mechanic that they also added in Endwalker, and I'm interested in trying that one too. Ready, then let us be off. If it is agreeable, I would like to look on Fortom Manor. Emmerich is now accompanying you. I would say that like the job itself of Reaper and the lore and the gameplay is all very interesting. I just don't like the way that the quests... I don't like the villain of the quests, that's all. Like the rest of the quest is fine. I think Orcus is not good, mostly. I almost forgot that Carbuncle was here because I've done barely anything related to Summoner this entire time. It feels like another age that you and yours were no more than foreign wards of House Fortom, and in actual fact, it may be considered so. For your coming set in motion a chain of events that brought an end to the Dragonsong War, ushering in a new age of harmony. You paved the way for meaningful change in our nation, and for that you shall ever have my gratitude. Nod. Now then, shall we continue on to the architects? I realized this earlier but didn't mention it. It occurs to me that I couldn't even actually see the level 80 Gunbreaker quest right now because I'm only level 72 Gunbreaker. I probably could pick Gunbreaker back up and Dark Knight, as long as I was careful not to, like, hurt my hands. King Thordan and his Knights 12, the murderers of Ratatoska. Since the truth of their ancient crime came to light, many have demanded that these images be torn down. Yet though what our founding fathers did was wrong, neither is it right to simply expunge them and their deeds from history. To do so would be to deny our people's part in what followed for 1,000 years. We have the chance to forge a new future, but we as a nation must decide how we will confront our past. Shake head. Forgive me, I was lost in thought yet again. Let us join Deacon Clem at the vault. Interesting that Emmerich brings that up because there have been real life debates over similar things with like statues of American Civil War individuals and whatnot. I feel like have a museum, but don't display the iconography of your racist past in your city, maybe? That's my stance on the matter. Don't erase the history. Just make it known that it's history and don't, like, celebrate it, you know? This has been real-life politics, suddenly. There you are, my friends. The council's about to convene. Let us take our place in the audience hall. The only thing I could say regarding this particular situation, as an analogy of that one, is that you need a really tall museum to put all of those statues in it, which might be a problem. I'm on the council. I get to pretend I'm an Ishgardian citizen. I really thought they were going to have voice acting for a second because it sounded like the background music got slightly quieter. Esteemed members of the clergy and honored adherents of the faith. Repurpose the vault as a museum? Actually, yeah. That's actually pretty perfect. The only problem then would be moving the statues. Because they might not have the levels of technology for that sort of thing easily being doable. Or they might not have like the funding for that sort of project easily accessible because there's still a lot of things they're spending on that are more important, I would say, probably. Esteemed members of the clergy and honored adherents of the faith, I thank you all for your attendance. In recent days, our nation has been racked by a series of tragedies. Those among us who do Halone's work have been transformed into abominations. This dreadful phenomenon has been brought about by the final days, and it is upon our despair and anguish that it feeds. Thus...
Amogus.
I was thinking it. Thus, if we are to prevent further tragedy, we must strive to ensure that all Ishgardians... Thank you for petting Calico. Clergymen and citizens alike abide with peace and love for one another in their hearts. To that end, I have called this ecumenical council, the first in generations, that we might together determine a path for the church and our society as a whole. Hey, wait! Hey, look! Hey, look at that guy on the far left of the screen. Remember when I said it'd be cool if the Scholastica NPCs showed up? They did. Not in, like, storytelling capacity, but he's sitting right there. I forgot his name, but that's him, I'm pretty sure. He gets to have a cameo appearance. That's a good touch. Nod. Since antiquity, the Ishgardian Orthodox Church served the people in two respects: as the Fury Spear to strike at the heart of dragonkind, and as the Fury Shield to safeguard the souls of men. But now that we are at peace with the Dravanians, the Church need no longer serve as the spear, and so we must now reconsider how we might better serve as a shield for our brethren. You could also consider recontextualizing the spear as, like, striking at injustice, for example. The hierarchy must be reformed, and for that we need accountability. The upper echelon must be stripped of rank at a minimum, and investigations conducted, trials held, if the evidence is sufficiently damning, and then we may turn our attention to their doctrine of lies. Proletarian clergyman says. Tribunal Superior. As our predecessors did before us, we of the Synod have ever sought to interpret the scriptures to the best of our ability, and thence conveyed Halone's will to the people. Such fervent pursuit of retribution at the expense of doctrine would also come at the expense of our faith. Also, I want to protect my position, but I'm not saying that part out loud. Grr. What do you think, audience member? Have we won the war to lose our souls? Oh, Halone, are we outside your grace? This bodes ill. At this rate, someone might turn. Imagine if Emmerich just stood up and then immediately sat back down, and, like, it worked to make everyone be quiet every single time without him saying anything, and that's just what he did to do that, to, like, reset the discussion. Since the war's end, the Church and the faithful have stood at a crossroads, unable to take the next step forward. His Grace Bishop Vartinois, may he walk in Halone's halls, was one such soul, and in his longing for simpler times, he resorted to using forbidden magics. He succumbed to despair. Fade to white, hurting my eyes. In our minds we renounce the lies upon which our nation was built, but in our hearts we yearn for the righteousness, misguided though it was, that gave us comfort and purpose for so long. So let us not forget who we were. Let us confront the mistakes of the past and learn from them, that we do not repeat the mistakes of our forefathers. As fervently as we believed in our sacred duty, we struggle to accept the Church's deception and embrace change. The legacy of Thordan weighs heavy, and there is the temptation to simply cast it aside like a mantle that suits us no longer. Yet that would dishonor the sacrifice of those who went before, countless souls who served the people with purest intent. And so, heavy though it may be, let us together bear this burden as we set forth anew. Our friend Sucro risked life and limb to reveal the truth to us. The truth that our legends and our scripture were tainted by betrayal, but not wholly corrupted. Smile. Though the great walls and towering spires of our city may have been built with murder and deception, they rest upon a foundation immutable and true, our devotion to Halone, whom we have worshipped since before our forefathers settled these lands. The Church is a font of practical wisdom, and its teachings guide us in our daily lives. Such things define our faith no less than the lies. We can acknowledge our sins without renouncing our religion. Aye, and without rejecting who we are. A comprehensive review of scripture as well as historical literature will be necessary. Revisions as appropriate must be made to ensure that the truth of our past is preserved for future generations. With your peerless knowledge of church doctrine, I dare say none is better suited to leading that effort than you. Have we seen this person before? Because they're named Geraldio? I don't recognize them. I also expect that many eyes will be required to pore over all the tomes. And I know many idle men and women of faith who would jump at the chance to do Halone's work once more. That day so very long ago I had no answer to my father's words, but it seems the people had it within them all along. Nod. This feels like the part that should be an epilogue after we fight the monster, but we haven't fought the monster yet. Unless the monster just leaves and isn't fought, which would be very funny. Carbuncle on the table. Carbuncle on the table alert. Carbuncle is going to bat the books and ink off of the table. With this, the church and the people have taken their first step towards a brighter future. 'Tis well Lord Emmerich interjected when he did. As a tank, Lord Emmerich does in fact have the class skill interject, and can use it in meetings. The cross-class skill. I don't remember that quest name at all. There's so many quests in this game. The council went better than I had dared hope. Truly, while the details remain to be decided, 'twas a resounding success. Your words helped everyone to find common ground. I know not how to thank you. Much credit must go to Sucro. In the face of great hardship, never did she hesitate to press on, and our people have not forgotten this. Everyone turns to look at Sucro. Indeed. Well, I do remember the day you flew into Ishgard upon a dragon's back. In making possible the impossible, you inspired us all. I wish they hadn't forgotten about Hilda. In you we glimpse the fury, a vision of courage in the face of uncertainty. Looking to your example, we shall endeavor to bring about change to the church, for the future of all Ishgardians. There will, of course, still be those souls who struggle to rise above the mire of despair, but my fellows and I shall be there to take their hand in faith and love. For what is faith, if not salvation? Nod. Well, I had best return to the cathedral. We have much and more to do. This is really acting like the quest is over. Ah, but ere I forget, I have tracked down that which you requested. Some repairs will be necessary, but it will be seen to with all haste. Nod. Bow. That song cutting out extremely abruptly is very funny. The quest where you bring wine to someone? I don't remember that, like, at all. I tasked the deacon with finding a certain item, you see. A secret weapon, one might say. Given what we know of profane Fafnir, I suspect it will be of great use in our hunt. Once the repairs are complete, we shall be ready to strike. With the church having reached an accord with the people, the risk of more clergymen turning is greatly diminished. We may now focus entirely on the blasphemy. Nod. 'Tis time we freed Vandro from his torment. Rest while you can, Sucro, for I dare say the coming battle will demand the best of us. Nod. Nod. Also, I found this coconut cod chowder, and I tried using my new microwave on it. I thought maybe you would want some? This doesn't have anything to do with anything, Sucro, but have you heard about microwaves? Okay, so I'm wrong about the quest levels. Ever march Heavensward, though. Good name. So there are level 91s. So maybe the level 89 job equipment is somewhat disconnected from these. So I think it requires them. Glad tidings, Sucro. Since the Ecumenical Council, not a single soul has turned. Safe in that knowledge, we need only think of how to hunt down the blasphemy. Ah, Sucro, you are here too. Excellent. I am pleased to say that the secret weapon is ready. We may now look to dealing with profane Fafnir. Oh, it gives you the ability to dye the equipment. Okay. I misremembered the information that I had heard at some point then. Nod. What's the secret weapon? Does it have anything to do with magical DPS? As you will recall, when last we encountered it, it was lying in wait by the Soleo. An instinct driven by its inherited memories, I believe. It seeks to protect that which it most strongly associates with the Archbishop. In all likelihood, 'twas this selfsame motive that compelled it to come to the Holy See. From the skies above, it keeps watch over the Holy Vault. When next it descends, we shall exploit this instinct by using the secret weapon to lure it to the chancel. What exactly is this secret weapon? A gun? No. It is none other than the Fury's Grace, the holy crozier of the Archbishop. Suspecting that Bishop Vartinois had retrieved it from Azizla, I had Deacon Clem search his private quarters. My suspicions proved correct. With a crozier in hand, I shall make an irresistible bait for profane Fafnir. Actually, that's really smart. But also gasp. My lord, that is an unconscionable risk. There's no telling how the blasphemy will react. Indeed, but we can be confident that I will command his undivided attention, thus ensuring that no more of our citizens are placed in harm's way. If the Heavensward are the Archbishop's shields, then the Temple Knights are the people's. As leader of the Order, the risk is mine to bear. Also, did you see how I defeated that one blasphemy in one hit in a cutscene? I think I'll be okay. All the Knights of the Heavensward fell in Azizla. As a vessel for their memories, Vandro may be considered the last of their number. Let us go then, and relieve him of his... nay. Their duty. Nod. Let us see to our preparations and proceed to the vault. We finish this once and for all. I mean... needing a DPS to fight the monster while he tanks it does actually bring some sort of connection to the role quest, or the role that we are questing as. The magic part is either not going to be addressed or is just more abstract. I mean, they said basically, like... I don't know. They wanted someone magic. They didn't really say why exactly, I think. Maybe? Maybe Emmerich wanted to see Carbuncle. Cool pompadour. I guess that makes sense. When the battle begins, Lord Emmerich and I will draw the Blasphemy's attacks. Seize the opportunity to bring your magics to bear against it. Okay, so they have reminded me that I'm using magic. If you are ready, let us set forth. You need but say the word. Hey, is this the... This is the arena where you fight the last boss of the vault, right? And that's the music for fighting them. Also known as the sting that plays when a certain redeem happens. The beast has come. Now is our chance. I kind of figured that would happen.
It's been a while since this has been used, I believe. Make ready. I have to be careful about reminding people of anything that is available to spend on. Is Emmerich just gonna start like jumping and shouting like, hey, 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 hey? Close enough to what I said. The dab, the primal dab is very rare as well. To me, my knights. Another dragon that roars when it lands. Blasphemy, profane Fafnir. For the glory of King Thornton.
I forgot about the duck sound. No, you are not he! A trick! It is a trick! This is not the voice I was doing for Profane Fafnir before. Forgive me, Sir Vandro, but for the sake of all Ishgardians, we must strike you down. I like how Carbuncle is kind of in, like, formation here. I mean, like, Sucro and Carbuncle are both sort of off of the diamond formation, but they're, like, pretty close. Alright, then. Hey, what's up?
It ends here.
The Archbishop no longer rules Ishgard. The people shape our nation's future now, is something that was said. Wrong button again. My divine flame shall consume you. I'm trying to, like, look at the fight. By the Fury, this is Sir Charabert's magic. Have care.
You underestimated
Oh.
me.
Oh, ouch. Oh, ouch. I'm gonna get killed because I'm trying to remember how to play the video game at the same time that I'm playing the video game. Maybe. There's a decent chance I won't catch all of the dialogue that's happening. Your reckoning is come. Quickly, take one each.
Do not underestimate me!
Stay on your guard. Yeah, okay. Oh. I beefed it. This is a silly pose to be in. I beefed it, but also, however, I at least mitigated some of it. Why during the Ifrit part? No. There we go.
You underestimate me.
So we'll get to see me trying a level 90 fight with all the classes I only sort of... Gather to me, ye faithful souls. Oh. Render unto me your strength. The fiends empower the blasphemy. We must strike them down first. It's interesting that we get to see me attempting level 90 fights with classes I'm not super familiar with. I'm afraid of the healer one now. Oh, oops, I accidentally invoked that early. Summoner isn't too bad to attempt to adapt to, but I'm really concerned about a level 90 healer. Time has come to call upon the true power of the Heavensward. I'm really concerned about a healer one of these. This bodes ill. Quickly take cover behind my shield. I appreciate your belief in me, but I don't remember how to do anything with Scholar. It's the problem. And yeah, there was a limit break and a passage of arms there. No, my abilities that are glowing on the bar, no. It's fine. Ouch. Hey, I guess R2RL is being the DPS gladiator a little bit.
This knight does not yield.
That one wasn't too bad. I am very worried about the Scholar one, though. Like...
To the stars. Sorry, I am dead. Ha, you better have burn heal. So, I am a cat.
Destroy!
You better have burn heal is a good one when the last hit was Phoenix. That makes sense. Finally, it is over. Thus ends the tale of the Heavensward. Let it not be forgotten. 'Twas wrong of them to conceal the truth of our nation's founding, to abet the Archbishop in his machinations. Yet in peering into their hearts, one thing became clear. They too had succumbed to primal manipulation. They too were victims. Flawed men, aye, and not without sin, but Ishgardians brave and true, as we all aspire to be. Finally getting through Heavensward, that's right. Having triumphed in the battle of ideals, I have a responsibility to all our people. Their hopes and dreams, their sorrow and suffering are mine to bear, and bear them I shall. For had you not vanquished King Thornton, or had I erred in but one of my choices, I may well have been the first to succumb to despair, to be reborn a blasphemy. You wouldn't have turned, not you, or a ridiculous notion. I'm more like to become a beast than you. You wouldn't have turned, not you. Thank you, my friend, for having such confidence in me. My apologies. It was not mine intent to wax sentimental. That's one interpretation of it, for sure. It could also be, I mean, I'm the one who's almost turned into a world-ending monstrosity before. So like, you know, statistically speaking, you could argue that it's more likely for it to happen to me than you, because it almost did. It was not mine intent to wax sentimental. Our work here is done. Let us return to the congregation. Nod. And then instead of walking away, they all go into the menu and hit leave duty, so they just disappear in one frame with no animation. Or like they fade out slightly. That would be funny to me. I don't think Sucro is depressed. Then again, I don't know how much of the main quest actually happening to Sucro is canon to Sucro, like as a separate character. She does have some depression for sure, though, probably, if the main quest is happening. To the Sucro that experiences the main quest, there is some degree of mental anguish, because how could there not be? I heard here as soon as I learned of your victory. There are some few words I would say, but it can wait until Lord Artoirel and Deacon Clem have spoken theirs. Sucro, permit me to offer my gratitude for helping us to overcome not only the blasphemy, but the despair which spawned it. But this is only the beginning. On the face of it, we may have made tremendous strides in breaking down ancient barriers within our society, but there yet remain great rifts to be bridged. 'Tis no easy thing to rise above a lifetime of preconceptions and prejudice. I myself have struggled to do so, as you must know. But I shan't give up. On the honor of my house, I will do everything in my power to build a new Ishgard, one in which all people can see eye to eye regardless of birth and station. I mean, yeah, depressed. I would say possibly both. I don't know your character, of course, but I can say from experience that at times depression and trauma do go hand in hand. But I suppose that would not be the case with everyone. Nod. Now then, I believe the deacon has some words for you too. Pray lend him an ear. My lady Sucro, may I say how glad I am that you are safe and well. Just before you arrived, Lord Emmerich explained to me the true nature of the man who became the blasphemy. The poor confused creature was born of the church's mistakes, and on behalf of the clergy, I give you my heartfelt thanks for laying it to rest. As we work to reform our institutions and rebuild our relationship with the people, we will remember and pray for all of those who have fallen in service to the faith. And we shall pray for you as well. Wheresoever your path may lead, may the Fury ever watch over and keep you. I shall leave it at that then. Lord Emmerich too wishes to speak, and 'twould not do to keep him waiting. I think I remember you mentioning your character's, like, story there. I think that's really... I like that. Like, story and, like, explanation for your chosen main job. I think that's pretty good. Sucro, Lord Otwarel, I thank you for the vital roles you played in ridding us of profane Fafnir. Nod. Nod. As ever, the sight of you in combat was nothing short of inspiring. Even when you were looking at your skill bars because you weren't playing your main class and ran into fireballs, I was still inspired. Determined to look at my skill bars. With no further reported instances of people turning and the blasphemy itself no more, I should like to believe we are free of the scourge of despair. My brethren and I shall labor to see that it ever remains so by fighting to dispel the darkness in men's hearts. Nod. I mean bow. Bowing involves nodding your head, sort of. And I shall fight with you, not only as the Speaker of the House of Lords or the Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, but as a man of faith, in our God and in our people. Together, let us strive to fill our nation with hope. Various emotes. Sucro, by now you will be sick unto death of being thanked, but I must nonetheless express an additional word of gratitude. Full oft have you served our nation, our people. I speak not only of our lives, but our hearts and minds as well. You've given us a great gift, that of opportunity and choice, and if we are to repay you for it, we as a nation must take full advantage of our freedom to dictate a new course forward into a brighter future. What forward means, we may not always agree upon. But as fellowish guardians, we shall find a way to rise above our differences and stand united. That is the nation that I will strive to build. This I swear to you. Nod. Sucro, given all that you've done for us, I am loath to impose further, but may I trouble you to bear word of our success to our officer in Radzatan? We will of course be sending a report, but there's no substitute for a first-hand account. Our allies would benefit from the additional details you can provide as well. Our thanks again, my friend, and may the Fury speed your way. Nod. Here I go. I mean, here I go. Forgot the accent for a second. I forgot I'm doing that now. For a second, I thought it was going to teleport me directly to Radzatan, which would be very kind of it. Arguably. Unless I had other business in Ishgard, in which case it would be slightly rude of it. think this is the wrong way. Yes. Also, I can tell him. Ah, my lady Sucro, by your return, dare I hope that the hunt for the blasphemy was a success? Sure was. That you would vanquish the beast comes as little surprise, but that this occasion would serve as impetus for the church to embark upon a path of reform is incredible. I will share these joyous tidings with our allies without delay. If I may speak candidly, I must confess to being a great admirer of yours. When you have a moment, I should like to hear about some of your adventures, if you would do me the honor. For the present, however, in my official capacity as the Ishgardian delegate, I offer you my humblest thanks for your immeasurable service to our nation. It's not a choice. You get all of those. You can now dye the job-specific gear for level 90 magical ranged DPS. Interesting how they still specify magical ranged. Job-specific gear will become available once you've fulfilled certain conditions within the main scenario quests for Endwalker. Achievement unlocked, More Than Fear. I'm guessing all of these various role quests will be more than X as a naming scheme. Oh yeah, also I got to Rogue 40. Wow. Ah, my lady Sucro, when you have a moment, I am ever eager to hear about your adventures. Ah, thought I would actually get to tell you about my adventures. So, that was the magical ranged DPS role quests. Which means that the next in line, according to the consensus that we agreed upon, would be healer, I suppose. I'm not terribly confident in my ability to play as a scholar right now with no preparation. Oh yeah, I forgot I have an anima weapon somehow. I don't know how I forgot that, considering how much time I spent on it. I'm also not 100% sure on this glamour that I have, to be honest. I could also do a different one, but the next one in line is Reaper, which is not canon. Sucro's not canon. I'm not confident in like any of them at a level 90 level, particularly. I could flip it around and go to tank, I guess. I guess there's many possibilities. Oh right, I changed EOS back to EOS because I missed EOS. As nice as it is to be able to have Carbuncle again. Is there a market board here? It would not appear to be, it does not appear to be so. Or at least if there is not one right now. Like, what is my eye level is 610, right? Because I have all the Renacita stuff. So like, I'm better equipped as Scholar than I was for Summoner, eye level wise. Someone recommended healer late. I thought someone said healer not last. I think that was the recommendation for healer. Somehow I arrived with healer as second on the list. I'm gonna check some stuff. So currently the order for the remaining ones is healer, melee DPS, tank, ranged DPS. It seemed to be... I remember a statement that melee DPS was like the worst one. I want to check the price of this. Equipment. It is the same model, but a different color. Oh, that's cheap now. What? I mean, well, not super cheap or anything, but you know, it's not super expensive. Hmm. I mean, it also has been 3 hours, which has not been really the length of time I've been spending. I mean, I've been doing longer streams than that. I don't know. I'm going to stand on this rock of thinking, or no, I'm going to sit. Sucro is going to meditate upon this rock in the corner next to her apartment, and we'll think about it while I BRB. Please tell me your opinions about continuing various job quests as you vote on a funny hamster minigame. Which I will flip a coin. Okay.
To the stars. Do you know, Lahi? Though you were my best friend. Directly to you.
Destroy!
Did the destroyed roll, do you know Lahi, and also directly to you? That's pretty good. Oh, the flip coin thing was in the same window as the captioner, but that doesn't matter because the captions aren't on the screen. When I asked for opinions about role quests, I mostly actually meant which one to do next, actually. Instead of should I, but I guess I wasn't clear on that. Oops. Congratulations to those who won points. And the opposite of congratulations to those who did not, which I guess is apologies? I guess would be the opposite, potentially. But yeah, my actual question is more like, which role quest should I do? Condolences, that's probably more accurate. So, I could do healer, but I don't really remember a lot about Scholar. And there's part of me that's like, but I want to change the glamour, which is very silly. As far as other ones, there's Reaper, which I'm not super confident in being able to play as either. And then there is Dancer, which I would be confident as. By the way, I switched Dancers to Lo-Fi Sucro because that makes sense. The glamour. And then, like... So the ones I'm most confident in would be Paladin and Dancer, which are both at the end of the line currently. And the ones I'm least confident in would be the two that are next. And I also have the weird, I want to change the glamour of the healer problem. And also, I don't think Reaper Sucro is canon, but there's no way I'll be able to gain 41 levels as ninja. Like, there's no way I'll be able to go from 49 to 90 in time. Or is there? No, I don't think there is. Also, I still think this bandana is very funny with this hairstyle. Seems very inconvenient. But look, Sucro can do a flip. Clearly, I could make a new Scholar Glamour on Scream on Scream. No, that's for October. On stream right now. And that would be the next 2 hours. And everyone would love it. If I spin with this, it looks kind of like a helicopter blade. And I'm distracted by this now. Okay, dang it, there's not a striking dummy over there to remember how to play Scholar on. With ... It's specifically like the anima from the weapon. The book itself is actually pretty normal sized. There are books that are much larger for a Scholar. I feel like the Wake Doctor coat works better if I'm a sage. Which I am not. On account of all the surgical implements not seeming scholarly. Well, I mean, maybe they are. I don't know. I also feel like this doesn't match what I've got for the rest of the outfit. This is a very silly thing to be. That's true, the Anima Codex is also a talking book. Now that you mention it. Sucro has met at least 2 books. One of whom is also an alternate timeline sword. Unless those are 2 completely different individuals that have the same lines of dialogue. Oh. There's a sweeping party happening in Gridania. That's new to me. I've never seen such a festivity. Let's see what I have in the way of throwing a glamour plate together. Hey, I remembered which one it was. Like, the Wake Doctor code is fine, but I don't know if this is correct for Sucro to have surgical implements all over the place. You know? Nor is she a student at the moment. That would be kind of silly. There's a lot of stuff in here I'll never wear. I just also did not remove for whatever reason. I already forgot what region. Oh yeah, I have this. I forgot that I bought the long coat. Clearly this is Scholar Sucro, right? That would be silly. Yeah. You are Detective Sucro. This is kind of silly, perhaps. How do we feel about this? But is it scholarly? What region is healer? I was wondering that. Al Amigo. This doesn't seem like an Al Amigan kind of outfit. It's pretty warm over there, but also shrug. Stormblood glamour? I could do that. The mystery of where did all your blood go? I could switch to Stormblood glamour. Maybe. But Noir Detective Sucro, arbitrarily for no reason, is kind of funny. Since I'm unlikely to complete it this stream, where is that? Where did that go? Maybe I'll have a quote-unquote real healer glamour next time, but maybe we'll try this? I don't know. For some reason, my mind is having a struggle trying to decide on a glamour for this, which is not of vital importance necessarily, but could be considered as such for me a little bit. I don't know. It's important, but like, it's a silly thing to get stuck on trying to figure out, you know? Sucro also doesn't really have a lot of strong opinions on that sort of thing anyway, probably. One of the Sucro facts does say that she is Arrow Ace, but you can have opinions about people unrelated to attraction, so... But she would have been busy reading, that is true. I don't know what to do. I don't know why I am so indecisive about this. It is very silly of me. What if we just did the tank one now instead? No, but that doesn't feel correct either. I don't know. I don't know why I don't know either. That's right, it's time for Kupo Kupo Adventure. Forgive me, I truly don't know why I am having so much difficulty figuring out what to do here. Ah, the Oracle.
To the stars. Proper procedure. A smile suits a hero.
No!
Pick a god and pray.
Destroy!
What does any of that mean? Proper procedure, a smile suits a hero. Pick a god and pray. All of those things combined. What does this tell us? Would it? You could also argue that that would suggest the Wake Doctor outfit that she previously had on account of procedure. Pick a god and pray sounds more relevant to the part we just did. Shapes. That's probably true. What do you think, Eos? Eos has no opinion on this, I think. Alright. Perhaps Noir Detective Scholar it is. For right now.
Eos says let's be detectives.
I think there should be a glamour for Eos where she has a detective hat. And is wearing a Noir long coat. I don't know what excuse there could be to have this implemented, but I think that should be the case. Right, it's Alamigo and Ulda. Oh, yeah. You're ready to lend us your aid, I'll apprise you of the situation. Nod. We've received reports of a creature believed to be a blasphemy stalking the streets of Alamigo. Troops have been assigned to track and slay the beast, but there are likely to be casualties. With most of our healers posted elsewhere, we had thought to petition you for aid. I'd be glad to help, or it sounds like you need better soldiers, not more healers, but if I must... Wow, rude. I would be glad to help. I mean, I'd be glad to help. Once again, we're in your debt. We shall inform Commander Aldin forthwith. My comrades in the Immortal Flames will be glad to have you watching over them. You see, as there have been no sightings of any blasphemies in our lands, we have joined with Alamigan allies in their hunt for the fiend. Trouble is, the majority of our own healers are working day and night to treat the tempered Imperials captured at Pagalthan. For that reason, we too will be glad of your help. Aye, your presence alone will be a great comfort to the troops, I'm sure. As time is of the essence, I ask that you make your way to the Alamigan quarter and report for duty. Commander Aldin is overseeing the hunt, and he will explain all upon your arrival. May Rhalgr grant you strength. I guess so. Sucro is always very polite, though. Noir Detective Sucro could also be used for the Hildebrand quests, but we do... Dang it. We do still have this glamour over here, which is pretty good for that too. Actually, I could use this for Scholar too. This seems like... This is like Professor Sucro. This is very scholarly. I could use this as the Scholar glamour and then use Noir Detective Sucro as the Hildebrand glamour, potentially. I think that actually makes more sense. Professor Sucro is on the case. Or Professor for both, that also works. Not that Sucro... I guess it's fine for Sucro to have this ring and this glamour, even though it's not the ring she normally has anymore. Ah, Mistress Funk. Wait a minute. That's a hair I was using and a hair color similar, and also an outfit that's not super dissimilar from my Stormblood one. And also I tried Warrior during that time. Hold on. We were told you were on your way, but this is even quicker than expected. I feel like I should give you a southern accent. We're told you're on your way, but this is even quicker than expected. I'll tell Commander Aldane you've arrived. One moment, please. That's an alternate timeline Sucro right there, almost. Glad you could join us. I wonder if she gets a name. They're even, like, close to the same height. Nod. Salute. Okay, bye, alternate timeline Sucro, never to be seen again. I appreciate that we are a far greater crisis to worry about, but we cannot afford to ignore the situation here either. I'd like nothing more than to hear about your recent adventures, but I'm afraid such pleasantries will have to wait. There's not much pleasant about him, to be honest. God, if they just call it Scarecrow Funk, I'm probably going to make an audible pouting sound. Oh. That's a different sort of blasphemy we haven't seen either. As our man in Thavna will have told you, a blasphemy is loose in Alamigo. When it first appeared, the city guard were able to get most of the bystanders to safety. And for mercy, those caught in the chaos only suffered minor injuries. I feel like I'm doing some sort of Star Fox General Pepper voice for Raubon right now for some reason. But the fiend managed to escape and has not been seen since. We must find it, and soon. For as long as it remains at large, every man, woman, and child is at risk. As was the case in Thavner, the blasphemy's very existence seems to spur the creation of lesser beasts. The longer it is allowed to roam free, the more tragedy our people will suffer. Are you certain it's a blasphemy, or did anyone see the change take place? Anyone see the change take place? Nod. Aye, there were several eyewitnesses who gave the same account. A man walking through the Alamigan quarter fell to his knees all of a sudden, and a moment later transformed into the monstrosity we now pursue. I narrow. But beyond the fact he was a young Highlander, we know next to nothing about him. Even the descriptions of his appearance are too vague to help identify the lad, and we have no clues as to his name or background. For all we know, he might not have even been born in Alamigo. Might have been the son of refugees come to visit. There are other possibilities we're investigating, though. We did, yeah. That said, I doubt his circumstances are unique. Blasphemies and beasts are born when men are overcome by despair, and whatever drove him to turn likely could have done the same to another. Therefore, if we are to prevent future tragedies, it is imperative that we identify and address the underlying cause. Until we do, we'll have no choice but to deal with the afflicted the only way we know how, by granting them a quick death. For now, I would have you join the hunt and keep my men from falling prey to these creatures. Are you up to it? Nod. You have my thanks. And as chance would have it, we've just received word that a number of beasts were spotted on the outskirts of Alagana. The troops stationed there have already put them down, but were wounded in the process. First and foremost, they'll need medical attention, and that's where you come in. I'll meet you there. Nod. Is that one random NPC just never going to show up again? We saw like alternate reality Sucro for 0.1 seconds. Also, role quests have a different icon. I didn't even notice that before. Somehow I just never noticed that. Although the soldiers were able to lead the beasts away from the village and culled a lot of them, victory did not come easily. It's times like these that our lack of healers is most sorely felt. I dare say they've yet to receive any treatment at all. See to their wounds while I survey the area for any stragglers that may have escaped. Once I've completed my patrol, I'll head to the village to gather eyewitness reports. Look for me thereafter. Oh, you're right here. Healing. Right, they introduced the ability to heal without using an ability. Gods be good, I feel reborn. Hold on, you're Sucro, aren't you? I can't believe it. You're the one who inspired me to join the resistance in the first place, and now you've come to save me in my hour of need. I'll never forget this. Thank you, thank you. Bow. Healing action. Here I go. I saw them change right before my eyes. Those weren't monsters I killed, but innocent men. Shake head. But it had to be done. There were others we had to protect. And thanks to you, I can continue to do just that. Once I've made my way back, I'll give a full account. The families, they'll understand. We can hope that they will. It's been a while since we've been here. I like this as like a way to go around the world and see everything again a little bit too. Arenvald. It was good of you to come all this way, though I never doubted for a moment that you wouldn't. Arenvald is here. Hi, Arenvald. After all you've done for the people of Garabanya, we couldn't ask for more, and yet here you are. That's a good point. This terrain is probably not very good for wheelchairs, huh? We should get Garland Ironworks to make an ultra wheelchair for our involved, I think. I don't know what that would entail, but they should make a Magitech wheelchair for him. I think he deserves it. I think we should make Magitech wheelchairs for anyone who needs a wheelchair. I think we should use the ability, the technology that we have to create stuff for like the people who've been disabled by all this fighting that's always happening. For treating the wounds of those soldiers, you have my thanks, and theirs too, no doubt. Seems they were indeed successful in slaying all the beasts, if my search is any indication, but we must remain vigilant. I've also spoken with several people who witnessed the moment of the transformation, though the ordeal has understandably left them rather shaken. I hear you've been through a fair few ordeals yourself, Sucro. Smile. Nod. As for me, I've been kept busy with this and that, like getting the hang of this wheelchair. Obviously, it has its limitations, but it gets me where I need to go. I've been working with this new organization as well, which is what brought me here. But no sooner had I arrived than those locals turned. Nod. Ragnfrid, I heard you were there when it happened. What can you tell us? Nod. The ones who underwent the change are the very people we were trying to help. Questioning head tilt? Perhaps I should explain from the beginning. The meeting Lys held in the royal palace marked a turning point for all of Garabanya. It spurred us to open a dialogue with peoples and communities we otherwise would have shunned. But there are still so many problems to be addressed, and countless souls struggling to build new lives for themselves. I decided to form a volunteer group, the Silver Griffins. Our main concern is the welfare of Alamegans who sided with the Empire, for whatever reason, and helping them find their place in society. In particular, the surviving families of the Crania Lupi. Gasp. I thought you despised the Skullser. You've changed your tune. You changed your tune. Nod. Make no mistake, I've not forgiven them. I don't have that in me, and I doubt I ever will. But the memory of that day in the palace with Fordola asking to be locked up again after saving us all, it stayed with me. Got me to thinking about why she and the other youths would commit such atrocities. Why they'd swear to serve the Empire, and the answer was simple. Because they'd seen what we'd seen and suffered much the same. In a hell where we were all condemned, they chose to betray one another to save another. That's how the Garleans win. Not by breaking you, but by making you break yourself. By making that choice the right one for a man at the end of his tether. Healing only begins with liberation, and some scars never will regardless. Those who return from foreign lands may have difficulty carving out a living here, but the ones who pledged allegiance to Garlemald. This is not the Alamiga we dreamed of, but after 20 years of misery, I'll not see it all thrown away because we can't come to terms with the past. That's why I formed the Silver Griffins, to see that no one is cast aside. It's a cause I support, and it's what brought me here today. I've been acting as a mediator. That is yeah, exactly. Good damn speech. Correct. I am rather immediately somewhat invested in the healer questline, maybe more than I was in the previous one, to be honest. But we'll see how that pans out. Aye, and in the short time he's been with us, he's proven himself a natural. But despite our early successes, the families of the Skulls continue to refuse our help. I see where this is leading. They're the ones who turned, yes? Nod. It comes as no surprise. Their kin tormented and murdered fellow Alamegans, and anyone with a conscience would feel shame and guilt, and for some it might be too much to bear. I think I might know why they're turning us away. It's a sensitive matter, though, so let's go somewhere else we won't be overheard. Nod. Nod. It's about one of the men who turned. I saw his memories. Oh, the plot makes the least sense if you do it after finishing 6.0. Okay, that's fair. That makes sense. I mean, it wasn't bad by any means. It's about one of the men who turned. I saw his memories. With the echo. I'll not pretend I understand it, but tell us what you learned. Very rarely do we get, here's what I learned from echo memories from someone who's not Sucro. Sometimes we get it from Kryl, but this is pretty rare. I only caught a glimpse, but that was enough. Thank you for fading to black and not bright white. It was during the occupation, a man raising his son. Only the two of them, but they were a family. To keep his boy clothed and fed, he chose to side with the Empire. He knew what others would say, but he did it anyway. And so he was branded a traitor. Every day his son listened to the jeering, the insults, but there was nothing he could do. When he came of age, he joined the Skulls in the hope it would make life easier for his father. He never dared to question his orders, no matter how depraved. He died in the revolution, but not before killing his own countrymen. His father wept not for the betrayer and murderer, but for the man he could have been. He blamed it all on himself, right up until the change took him. Jeez. I can only pray he and his boy have finally found the peace they were denied in life. Alas, theirs is an all too familiar tale. They cannot forgive themselves, nor can they see how anyone else could. I have bad news about people finding peace in any sort of afterlife when this happens to them, Raubon, but maybe now is not the best time to tell you about that. The sins of their kin weigh heavy upon them, or on them. They think themselves undeserving of our compassion. If they carry on like that, they'll turn into beasts. We've got to help them before it's too late. Gasp. Growing up half Garlean and Alamigo, I know how it feels to be shunned and hated. To hate myself. I actually forgot Arenvald was half Garlean? Somehow. It's not brought up too often, to be fair, I guess. But so long as we give ourselves and others a chance, we can change for the better. And while I know I might not be as clever as eloquent as someone like Alphino, I know I can make a difference. I might not be quite the swordsman I used to be, but I'm still a fighter at heart. And I owe it to Abba and Auli to make the most of this life so long as I've got it. Nod. We Silver Griffins will give our all to see that no more beasts or blasphemies ravage Girabanya again. So, Commander Alden, do we have your approval to continue our work? Of course. There's no enemy more formidable than despair, and I'd be a fool to refuse your help. That even a single one of our people has succumbed to this transformation is proof of our failure to protect them. Therefore, I pledge the Silver Griffins my unconditional support. Together we will prevail. Nod, nod. Oh, right, yeah, we learned about that, I think. To cut out the third eye. God, I forgot about that, jeez. That's a lot. Now that we have Sucro on hand to aid the troops, I believe we are ready to face any beasts we encounter. Though I fear it is only a matter of time before others appear, I ask that you lend the Silver Griffins your assistance in the meantime. Nod. Very good. For now, let's return to the city. Also, I like that... Is Mefrid his name? No, Ragnfrid. Mefrid is someone else. I like that Ragnfrid is shown in the cutscenes to, like, be moving behind the wheelchair in order to help push it around. I like that they have that attention to detail and that people are being kind to Arenvald. I think that is good. It wasn't even a real eye. Does a half Garlean have like a third eye that doesn't work? I forget. Or did she just imagine a third eye was there and there wasn't one? I wish I remembered that instead of having to ask, but there you are. Imagined, okay. Her face isn't quite the same, but they are fairly close in some ways. Pseudo-funk. Oh wait, I should pause so they're not blinking. This doesn't work. Wait, it does work. This is very strange to me. Who is this? Similar, but different. With you on our side, the beasts are no match for us. Those who harbor guilt do so not because they are weak of heart, but because they have failed to meet the demands they make of themselves. Wow. Just casually pretty powerful line from Raban here. Her name is literally just Blasphemy Hunter and she was raised by Hellsguard. That would be kind of awesome. I think that would be a correct Rugadan name. It was the same for me when I believed that my failures had led to the Sultana's assassination. The despair and self-loathing were indescribable. I was fortunate that you and the other Scions came to my rescue. That I had friends who convinced me I was more than the sum of my worst mistakes. Now we must do so for the I'd like... Do you ever, like, try to read a dialogue box out loud? Well, I think that's probably a pretty specific thing. And, like, your brain doesn't stay on the same line vertically of the text and, like, mixes up all the words. I guess this could also happen if you were... Like, this keeps happening to me. Like, I was saying, now we must do the same... But I also saw strength, and also, like, mixed it up somehow into length. So I said, like, now we must do the same for the length of, which doesn't mean anything, except unless you're referring to time. Now we must do the same for the people of Alamigo. We must help them to heal and find the strength to, if not forgive, then to come to terms with who we were, so that we can look to who we can be, who we should aspire to be. Yeah, the length and breadth of Alamigo. This is precisely why the work of the Silver Griffins is so vital. Though our problems are not new, the emergence of this deadly phenomenon means we cannot afford to delay addressing them any longer, and we will be better for it ultimately. Nod. Once we've decided a course of action, you'll be the first to know. Until then, may Rhalgr watch over and keep you. The Butcher's Blade. Fordola is in this part too, by the way. We were hoping you'd stop by. I'll show you to Commander Alden at once. Blasphemy Hunter gets to also have a southern accent. It's so weird seeing her and Sucro standing next to each other all the time. They strike me as so similar. They could be like sisters or something. You're a welcome sight as always, Sucro. Hi, and a lot's happened since we last spoke. We Silver Griffins have been keeping busy. As have I and my men, but I'm afraid we've little to show for our efforts. Although we've been searching high and low for the blasphemy, we've seen neither hide nor hair of it. We've even got Blasphemy Hunter hunting for it, but she can't find it for some reason. Unfortunately, everyone else has had better luck. We've received reports of lesser beasts throughout Girabanya, and putting them down is as important as hunting the blasphemy that got away. To complicate matters, rumors have been circulating among the cucumbers? Sorry, you can't say rumors have been circulating without me immediately thinking of Evo's Search for Eden on the Super Nintendo. To complicate matters, rumors have been circulating that these beasts were the Skull's kin. While this was true of the recent incident in Alagana, we cannot have people jumping to conclusions, given what they might feel tempted to do. It's been suggested that, well, we take these individuals into custody, for their own protection as much as the safety of others. But that would only isolate them even further and give credence to the rumors. The recent unrest has hindered the efforts of the Silver Griffins to no end. Therefore, I ask that you aid them in their endeavors and see if there is aught that can be done. Also, you'll be joined by another volunteer. Try not to be too surprised. I thought I felt my ears burning. She's just here. I said I don't need a keeper, but did they bloody listen? Did they bollocks? Come on, don't be like that. This is what you agreed to. Besides, you never know when you might have need of a healer, and there's none better than Sucro. He's right. You've earned a measure of trust, and this shouldn't be taken to mean otherwise. Thick as thieves, are we now? Then there's no need for this sodding collar, eh? We all know it's not coming off anytime soon. But if this is how it's to be, then fine. So long as she keeps out of my way. Fordolensis. I didn't realize that Fordola had like a collar that was something. I want the two of you to visit the Silver Griffin's headquarters in Allegana. Several relatives of the Crania Lupi have agreed to meet with them, and we could do with a measure of precaution. Nod. If anyone so much as mentions the skulls, I'll deal with it. Understood? Let's get this over with. She's as much at risk of turning as anyone, maybe even more so. You don't need the Echo to see the weight she's carrying. She's still not got a handle on her own Echo either. Sometimes the visions come without warning and with such force that it's all she can do to stay standing. There's no telling what might happen when she comes face to face with the family of her former comrades. So look out for her. Please. Nod. I wish there was more I could do for her myself. Shake head. But we've all got our own duties, and I'll see them through to the end. So must we all. Follow Fordola's lead. We're counting on you both. But be ready to step in, even if she curses you for it. Nod. Don't worry, I dealt with a lot of cursing recently. There was this whole profane thing going on. You know. Fordola's not the sort to ask for help, so make sure she doesn't get in over her head, would you? I'm trying to do the Sucro voice more, but I need to like practice it or something. I gotta practice talking like a cat would, you know. Swear Dragon Quest. By the way, the Butcher is what Fordola was called, in case you forgot. I didn't realize that immediately. I'll admit this is not quite what I had in mind. ... I had a feeling Raubon would send you, Sucro, but as for her... If you got any complaints, take it up with the commander. No, it's fine. Truth be told, ever since that day at the Royal Palace, I've been thinking. Stop, you don't want to say it and I don't want to hear it. The matter at hand, then. We Silver Griffins have been working to support the relatives of the Crania Lupi, but one family has gone missing. A mother and her parents who lived together under the same roof. This does seem like a good one. One of ours paid them a visit, but they were nowhere to be seen, and when they went inside to check, they found the house had been torn to shreds. Thick gouges in the floor and the walls, made by a beast's claws by the look of them. You think they've turned? Nod. Aye, that's the most likely explanation. Please do what you must before anyone else is hurt. There's no time to waste. I'll head west, you east. Nod. I am glad to see more of Fordola. Only Sucro had been a ninja. Oh, hey. I was trying to think last time when there were blasphemies that used this enemy model. I was thinking like Hunbaba. And I was trying to think of the other one. I was going to guess like Mudsud. I was close. I didn't say that part out loud, but I was close. I like Fordola, yeah. Oh. Well, that's a new enemy model also. That's a new enemy model. This much we can say for sure about it. Oh, is Mud Sud another name for them? I think it's either that or like a translation elsewhere. Yeah, it looks like they would shoot lasers or something, but no, they just sort of slap at you. Oh, crumpled letter. In the dirt, you spy an envelope containing a crumpled, tear-stained letter. What if I say no? Placing the letter back into its envelope, you turn your attention to finding the others. I don't want to be rude and read people's mail. That's felony. Can I read it? No. I messed up. I don't want to read people's mail. That's rude. Fordola will probably read it or something. I feel like it's probably important to have read that. And I was saying no, out of like, reading other people's letters is rude. And also breaking the law in some places, probably many places. But also like, partially as a bit, not expecting it to just let me not read the letter. At least the actual like doing damage part of combat as a scholar is like the easiest thing in the world. As it is for like other healers as well, sort of. If you don't count the parts where you have to juggle it with the rest of the role of a healer, time-worn wedding ring. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I didn't know how many places it was a federal offense in, but I did know that. I remember you seemed to mention that you liked Stormblood when we were there, yeah. I would still place it fairly low. It's sort of because I detest both villains of it at this point. You discover what appears to be a wedding ring with a name and date engraved on the inside. With seemingly no more clues to be found, you decide to report to Ragnfrid. If it weren't for Yatsuyu and Xenos, I would like Stormblood more. I like the rest of it well enough. But Yatsuyu and Xenos really like... What's done is done. Were you able to find anything? Though its contents neither verify nor disprove your suspicions, this letter was almost certainly penned by a now-deceased member of the Crania Lupi. The outer edge is covered in myriad scuffs and scratches, while the inner is marked with only a name and date carefully engraved. Then it is as we feared. I found and killed a third. It was carrying this. I think I can see what you mean there. Like, Heavensward has a really good story, but like a lot of the places in the world do seem a little bit less well realized. Like it's Heavensward places a lot of the area focus, if that makes sense, on Ishgard itself. And like the outer lying places like Dravania and whatnot feel less developed, whereas Stormblood kind of spreads the focus on areas about more evenly, so it feels like it's developing it as a region rather than developing just Ishgard the city. If that makes sense. And if that's what you're getting at. Like, that's what I got out of what you said, at least. A matching ring. I'll deliver these effects to their next of kin and arrange for a funeral. Or as closest to one as possible under the circumstances. ... There's no changing the past. We'll always carry it in the scars. But no matter who we were or what we did, we're Alamegans, then and now. That's true too. You see a lot about like how they live. That's true. The Sea of Clouds is a good example of a Heavensward zone that, like if you do the Vanu Vanu quests, you learn a bit about them, but that's about it. And that's kind of like not the same as what we're talking about. Stormblood definitely has its strengths and weaknesses, is I think a fair thing to say about it. It has pretty strong like area design and like story outside of the villains who are garbage. Design for hey look like you can fly now. I can see that. It is a pretty weird zone. Like, even just like taking weird at its, like, even just like on a surface level, it's one of the more abstract zones in the game too. It feels less like, I don't want to say it feels less grounded because that's just a silly pun, but that's the word I thought of. So it feels less grounded, I guess. The Empire was our enemy then, and now it's in despair. Good words and deeds will serve us best in this fight. Weapons even an old man like me can yet wield. Thanks to the two of you, the missing villagers may finally be laid to rest. And I and the other Silver Griffins will redouble our efforts to prevent any further tragedies. I finished checking the wares, sir. Everything's in order. Yatsuyu upsets me on a personal level, and also, like, I don't think she's very interesting. Like, even if I try to discard my personal biases and issues, I just sort of, like, I feel like there's not a lot going on with Yatsuyu until 4.x, then it's a little bit better. But then Asahi shows up to be the better villain in Stormblood anyway, so there's also that. Like, Asahi is a more interesting villain to me in terms of villain writing. Xenos goes from, like, I don't really care about this guy to rolling my eyes and, like, Ragnfrid. Ragnfrid was a character in Stormblood. We are in the Stormblood revisiting portion of the role quests, basically. But he's sort of like a village elder type, like the leader of this smaller settlement, I think, or at least a highly respected person in it, and they are leading an effort to improve things for those Alamegans who they previously hated, who sided with Garlemald. But now they're leading an effort to, like, try and improve things for them now that the Empire has fallen over. Yatsuyu has a huge amount of wasted potential. I suppose, like, I just have a lot of personal issues with Yatsuyu because I feel like the main reason that she exists and the main reason that people like her is probably because horniness, and I hate that. But anyway. Or at least that's one of the primary reasons. Like, anyway. Good work. Take a rest, lad. You've more than earned it. Keep this to yourselves, but Everett's younger brother was a member of the Crania Lupi. He's exactly the sort of person we're trying to help. Like many of the others, he was reluctant to talk to us at first. But after we'd gained his trust, we were able to help him find work. He's taken to it well. Nod. Hey, what's up? Oh, you recognize her, probably. It's her! It's the butcher! It's her, the butcher! Well, traitors, all of us, kinslayers, deserving of hate and death. Hate and death. No. Uh-oh. And the echo. Get back! Get back! Oh dear. We haven't seen a shot from their perspective before. Oh! Fordola took that hit without flinching. Okay, she's flinching a little bit. Granted, her shield is currently on her back, so she totally blocked it. That's definitely how it works. Stay away from her! Fordola saved your girl's life! I know, but she's... And it happened in an instant. That poor lad. But it had to be done, and without hesitation. Would have been much worse otherwise. Could you go after Fordola and see to her wounds? I'll do what I can here. Nod. Fordola's gonna be like, no, don't heal me. I'm a gladiator. I can go level up. I can go unlock Paladin real quick and then, like, get clemency and heal myself. Go away. He might have set a record of that sort. That seemed... I could believe that, yeah. Fordola has wandered off somewhere to be invisible. When I first got here and saw this enemy model, did I make any comments about Excitebot's trick racing? Because I feel like I probably did like 100%. It's just what I think of when I see a giant grasshopper looking creature. That's all. Oh, there she is. I'm fine. Leave me be. I just want to heal you. I said I don't need your help. It's not only your injuries I'm worried about her. I'm a healer, let me do my job. It's not only your injuries I'm worried about. Bloody hells. If you're to patch me up, get on with it. Quietly. Time for the healing action! I think it'd be funny if Sucro bopped Fordola on the head with the book. As part of the healing action. A curl can't change its spots, and there's no washing the blood off my hands. Nor would I, even if I could. Taking up Garlean steel was the first choice, but not the last. Like the first kill, the hardest. Every choice after that came easier and easier, till I stopped counting. I stopped caring. You tell yourself it's right. It's for the greater good. You give the order, feel the ground tremble as the cannon fires. And when the dust settles, and your own men are buried beneath the rubble, and you tell yourself... No! Heh, me too. Fordola, no. You mustn't give in or I won't let it take you. I won't let it take you! That man in the village. I saw his past. I'm the one who killed his brother. I'll be alright. I just need a moment. Can you wait with me? Nod. Fordola is starting to accept that she appreciates help from others. And yeah, that was a major moment with Fordola. Everything the Skulls fought for, the sacrifices we made, the things we did. In the end, it was all for nothing. Sometimes I look back on the road I walked and the bitterness I can still taste, and I wonder, if I'd grown up in a different time, another place, would I have done the same to a different people? Was it always in me to be me? All I know is everyone would have been better off if I'd never been born. No, what about all those people you helped save, Fordola? But I was, and I dragged others into a hell of my own making. I remember these two brothers in particular, childhood friends of mine. The older one enlisted with me, but the younger... He would never have made it as a soldier. He was too kind, too good. Hansford died at Specula Imperatoris, but his brother's still out there somewhere. Not that I've got the courage to face him after what I did. Hope he's found the life he deserves. Nod. Not all the craniolupi at the towers died that day, though. I know from one of my visions that at least one survived. Rudolph. I'm glad he made it out, but too many others didn't. Too many others still need our help. I helped make this blasphemy. By Roger, I'll kill the bastard if it's the last thing I do. Anyway, that's enough out of me. I'll be heading back to the city to make my report. I suggest you do likewise. Nod. The old nature virtues versus nurture question. In reality, I'm pretty sure the answer is always both. Huh. Hello there, not Sucro. Heard about what happened. If nothing else, at least you've seen with your own eyes what we're up against. Thank you for giving me practice with Sucro's voice, Blasphemy Hunter. Blasphemy Hunter, extremely unimportant NPC of the questline. Welcome back. Fordola's already given her account, and I'd like to hear yours too. Explaining. So she almost turned into a beast herself. We'll have to take that into consideration before sending her into the field again. As far as the events in Alagana are concerned, the two of you did well. Despite the appearance of several beasts, you were able to prevent any further casualties. However, this serves to confirm that those with connections to the Crania Lupi should be considered at risk of turning. Over the years, many of them have drifted away from the larger settlements and have taken to living in secret. Others made their way to Ul'dah as refugees, including some individuals of interest. As such, we'll be working closely with the Immortal Flames to locate and offer support to those refugees in particular. In fact, I plan to make the journey there for an audience with the Sultana. Once my preparations are complete, perhaps you might accompany me. I'm sure she'll be glad to see you. A new battleground. Here to see Commander Aldin, I take it. This way, please. Our request for an audience with the Sultana has been accepted. Before we depart, I'll share what we've learned since we last spoke. The blasphemy continues to elude us, all the while driving others to succumb to despair and turn. Even with Alamigan and Ul'dah forces searching for signs of the beast and more potential victims, we've yet to discern a pattern in the chaos. By the way, here is a thought that I just had. When Dawntrail is released, it is unlikely that I will be able to do all of the role quests whenever they appear, assuming it has them. On account of I won't have had time to gain 10 levels in every role. Unless I do, of course. So that's a thought that I've had now. The blasphemy continues to elude us, all the while driving others to succumb to despair and turn. Even with Alamigan and Ul'dah forces searching for signs of the beast and more potential victims, we've yet to discern a pattern in the chaos. Nevertheless, if our blasphemy is like others, its behavior is likely dictated by the passings and regrets of the man it once was. Therefore, any information concerning him and the life he led may help us to track it down before it strikes again. Nod. We don't want people to shun the families of the skulls any more than they already are, but the fact remains the vast majority of the beasts have been born from them. They're the ones at greatest risk of turning without question. Cordola concerns me too. She came close to transforming once before, so I think it might be best if we keep her out of this after all. She deserves a chance to make amends, or it seems like a waste of a capable soldier. She deserves a chance to make amends. I'm inclined to agree with Sucro. She was able to resist the transformation and has shown no signs of succumbing since then. If she wants to do her part, I say we let her. Nod. Yeah, I've played expansions as they released before. In fact, I believe that was the case for both Stormblood and Shadowbringers. Not like all the patches in between those two things. Well, more or less. But also, like, I think I started playing the game before Heavensward was out, but I wasn't at Heavensward yet, so I didn't quite do that as it released. But yeah, I haven't played an expansion as it released, I guess, since Shadowbringers when I first played 5.0. Which would be true for a lot of people, but you know, it's been a long time. I do know that a bunch of like side quests and stuff in the areas do give you level appropriate gear. So that and possibly running like duty support dungeons more than once might be a good way to get the gear as you go. If only I could go in her stead. Actually, I was hoping you'd come with us to meet the Sultana. I believe she would benefit greatly from your understanding of the struggles our people face. You'd gain from the experience too. While she's not the sort to brandish a sword and charge into battle, you'll soon discover she's a champion of her own arena, and as brave as any warrior. Nod. I doubt she'd have much to learn from the likes of me, but it would be an honor to make her acquaintance. Arenvald and I will go on ahead and wait for you in the hustings strip. We'll see you anon. Nod. I don't think getting gear should be too bad, basically, for like going through Dawn Trail. You'll have to watch me do that live if/when I am watched live. I suspect that due to not being able to stream constantly, people will be able to surpass where I am in Dawn Trail pretty quickly. So I imagine if you have gear that could be described as the best you can get without extremes and savage, that like you'll probably be set for a little while when Dawn Trail when Dawn Trail releases, right? Like you won't have to worry about upgrading your gear immediately. You'll probably be doing fine. Yeah, I also expect that. Hey, Papa Sean. I only let her out of my sight for a moment. Oh, did the Sultana disappear again? So, it's the first time I've been back here since I, discharged myself from the infirmary, without telling anybody, mind. I must remember to stop by and offer my thanks, and an apology. Master Papashan was just telling us that Nanimo, or should I say Lady Lilira, has gone on another of her jaunts about the city. Though it is not my place to question her grace's judgment, I do wish she had consulted me before running off on her own. Perhaps I'm overthinking it, but it's unlike her to keep guests waiting. If I may say so, sir, with blasphemies appearing throughout the land, it's a dangerous time to be going for a stroll. I suspect that may be the very reason. She wishes to see for herself how the citizenry fare in these trying times. Even so, it's downright reckless. We'll find her, though. Nod. Yeah, I was saying earlier, I feel like Garland Ironworks should be making like motorized or like fancy wheelchairs for people. Like Arenvald is the only person we've seen who needs a wheelchair in this setting, but there's no doubt others. And I feel like that would be a good use of their time, is to make stuff for people who need it. And that too, like, being able to craft one for Arenvald would be pretty powerful too, for sure. No, I couldn't possibly allow such esteemed guests to... Come now, we might be here on official business, but we're old friends, and as you may remember, I have a knack for tracking down errant sultanas. Some might say that knack is a rather charitable... I should be glad of the assistance. I'll take a look around here. Quizzing the locals will give me an opportunity to learn the recent goings-ons in Ul'dah, too. Well then, there's no time like the present. Fear not, with me on the case, this'll be over before you know it. She's supposed to be meeting us here. Maybe we should wait for her to come to us. Just between you and me, Raoban never had much luck at finding Lady Lilira. Rather the opposite, which isn't to say he's misrepresenting his capabilities. Perhaps his recollection of events simply differs somewhat from reality. It's okay, I have magical plot detecting UI in my brain that tells me where to go. Oh, it's telling me to talk to Raoban. That's probably doesn't mean we're finding Lady Lilira yet. Does it? Hey look, it's corners of Ul'dah that nobody ever sees. This room. You could put a hidden collectible in this room and nobody would find it for a day. And then someone would find it and post it on the internet and then everyone would find it. But you know, it's still. Introducing the new side quest. Talk to the 5 NPCs in the game who are statistically the least spoken to NPCs in the game as of the release of at the release of this quest. No hints. That would be very funny. Actually, I'd be very interested to know that sort of statistic. I love weird trivia types of statistics, such as that. It's been some time since I last combed these streets for young Lilira. As a matter of fact, Papa Sean and I would compete to see which of us could find her first. As I recall, most of the contests ended in my favor. The trick, you see, is to look past the disguise and pay attention to the gestures and mannerisms. The tiniest movements that might give her away. Come, I'll show you how it's done. Follow Raban's lead and try not to fall behind. Follow my lead and try not to fall behind. I guess we now have a moment of... She's fond of perusing the stalls here. We now have a moment of Raban comedy, probably. The optimal comedy would be like if I turned the camera around and she was just following us at a distance this whole time. She's not here. Where could she be? What if she's been abducted? Raban, please. You had to think of a reason for me to start running. In one of these pots? Perhaps not. First of all, that's a barrel, Raban. There's a difference between a barrel and a pot. I've never known her to be this elusive. Maybe she's taken rogue levels and learned how to be hidden. That's odd. I've tried all her usual haunt. You walked down one road, so unless she's hiding inside a barrel or something equally nonsensical, she must be elsewhere. Gods, why did she choose now of all times to run off? What if she's been abducted or run afoul of a beast? I've tried all her usual haunt is singular. Yeah. Perhaps we could try asking around? I was about to suggest the same. We'll find her a lot quicker if we start by narrowing down who we're going to ask. Come to think of it, something Papa Sean said caught my ear. He thought Nanamo went on this excursion because of the emergence of the blasphemy and the beasts. To better understand how her people are coping with the situation. If so, she'd be driven to seek out the most desperate and destitute. Pearl Lane, then. Might I ask you to lead the way? I'll admit my ability to track missing persons may have dulled somewhat. Pearl Lane has ever been plagued by pickpockets and the like. I'll watch your back, so go ahead and give the search for Lilira your full attention. I guess it would be Lilira instead of Lilira. Probably. Oh. Did I? Raban is now accompanying you. You can leave Raban behind by entering a different area, etc. What question have you submitted as a result of my accent? I should look into those too. I answered some of them a while ago, asking about accents or other communication quirks. Makes sense. Sucro has a few of those. I'm a cat, she might say. Sucro, I think she might be hiding in this square. It's glowing blue. Actually, probably only Sucro can see such a thing. While it may not be immediately obvious, conditions here have improved considerably of late. Her Grace continues to support the rebuilding efforts in Girabanya, which has led to the creation of jobs for many of the locals, both here and on the other side of Baelsar's wall. Hooray. Hooray for conditions improving. I answered some Warrior of Light questions of the day a while ago, but while we don't have the phasing technology to make this look less like a slum, we assure you that it totally is less of a slum. Ask about the poor. Something about this dialogue option just being highlighted with a... There's something about this. I don't know. Just like... Raban. Have we done any... And Sucro's expression, like... Are we doing anything to help to fix this yet? To like help people? Raban, I know you're not in charge of Ul'dah anymore, but still. I mean, you never technically were, but also you technically kind of were. In every society, there are the haves and the have-nots, and seldom is this divide more sorely felt than here in Ul'dah. Many of the young and able-bodied work for Lolorito as guards, though he earns more in an afternoon than most will in a lifetime. Well, at least you're acknowledging it. That's a step in a direction, I guess. Raban, this one's a circle. I think it's different. Don't know what you're talking about, but okay. But yeah, I answered a bunch of warrior question of the days a while ago, but I don't think my answers are entirely accurate. And a lot of the answers to those are reflected somewhat in the Sucro facts. So I should look up the warrior question of the day if it's on co-host now. See what sort of questions they be asking. And then, oh, there she is. I was going to say, and then she descends from the ceiling and Nana, Lady Lilira. Raban, whatever are you doing here? And Sucro too. Well, I'm glad to see you both. Our meeting is not yet due to commence for several bells. What is the meaning of this? We were worried, and with good reason. These are far too dangerous times to be roaming about alone, Your Grace. Some things never change, but I assure you I am quite capable of looking after myself, in my own city of all places. More importantly, I wish to observe firsthand how the people have been faring of late, that I might be better prepared to participate in our discussion later. But I have finished, you will be comforted to hear. Then pray allow us to escort you to more amenable surroundings. Would you care to ride on my shoulder? Certainly not. You've already attracted more than enough attention. Gasp. Smile. This is a completely valid Rugadin name, but I have to wonder how you would feel about your name being Lurking Leech. Unless that's actually intended as a descriptor and not the name of that person. I forgot. There we go. I had a brain glitch and forgot how Ul'dah worked. I remembered the legible signs elsewhere and decided to look at this one, but it's actually the same pixelated texture 4 times. This is certainly not legible. Or if it is not meaningful. I had every faith that you and the commander would find her. I have a feeling the search would have taken rather longer if Raban had been left to his own devices. Lurky, lucky Lurky, yeah. I would not like to be called such things. No one considers the amount of time it must take for Nanamo to switch costumes, unless she simply has glamour plates. Because she has to put on an elaborate Sultana outfit and change her hairstyle and everything. Oh no. Anime character? I know there's been Rugadins named watching cutscene or whatever the phrase is. I don't think that's exactly what it is. Viewing cutscene, that's what it is, I think. I thank you all for making the journey here during these difficult times. And it is my pleasure to properly make your acquaintance. On behalf of the people of Eorzea, allow me to express my sincerest gratitude for your continued dedication to our cause. With respect, Your Grace, I'm just a soldier. Was a soldier. Still, I say, Commander Alden would not make such a distinction, and neither will I. You yet serve your people and have provided solace to many of Alamigo's most vulnerable. If we are to deal with this threat, we must forearm ourselves with knowledge. I understand you come bearing information regarding the blasphemy and its victims. We have indeed. Consider that basically every Maverick name in Mega Man X canon is a valid Rugadan name. Chill Penguin, for example. And when I say every Maverick name, I mean like every one that is like localized, I guess. Because like it would not necessarily fit. Like Flame, that's probably just, that would have been localized to just Flame Hyena, for example. Like Infinity Majinion would be like Infinity Flea, I think. Like the fully localized form of any Maverick name is a valid Rugadan name, probably. And when I say fully localized, I mean not that one, not Duff McWhalen. Not X5, yeah, not X5 and how it was localized. But like just like a standard localization of the original names of the X5 cast would probably work, whatever those were. I don't know off the top of my brain. There's a few that would be a little bit like not necessarily a Rugadan name, like Wire Sponge, like maybe Wired Sponge or Wiry Sponge. Still would be a bit odd, but could work. Tidal Whale, yeah. That would work. I think Wire Sponge would have to be Wiry Sponge. You could at least use all of the Maverick names as a basis for a Hellsguard name. Wiry Sponge would be a pretty funny one, actually. Like, specifically. What other ones are there? I guess Boomer Kawanger would be difficult. I think that's just Stag Beetle. Storm Eagle absolutely works. As does Storm Owl. Yeah, Explosive Beetle, you could like reference it. Blast Hornet. Yeah, there's a lot of Maverick names. Did you know this about Mega Man X? I would not recommend naming a Hellsguard Tornado Onion or Tornado Tunyon or anything of that nature. Yeah, there's like 64 of them, wow. There's also a Magma Dragoon. Though a Dragoon is not really like a creature or anything, so anyway. Hence the need to locate families of Crania Lupi members who have fled to Thanalan. A Dragoon is like a profession, which is not what Mavericks are usually named after, typically. Imagine if they were, though. Like Mega Man Maverick intro theme. It's just like, Flame Carpenter. That would be something. This is a weird tangent. There's no end to the struggles faced by Alamegan refugees. Stratosphere Chuckster. Chuckster is indeed a profession that one can have. And those who once pledged allegiance to the Empire are no exception. But rest assured that irrespective of their pasts, all will be treated with an even hand. All will be afforded such aid as I am able to provide. It's because of the long and noble history of the Chuckster. Everyone is always thinking about it. They're so charismatic. They announce what they are immediately, and then they immediately demonstrate how proud they are of their profession and how much they've like practiced their skill by throwing you into the void and killing you instantly. What could be a more memorable profession than that? Gasp. Magnanimous as always, Your Grace. Nod. If I might be so bold, I have a question. What do you have in mind for those most at risk of undergoing the change? Thinking. I believe there is but one recourse. Earnest and open dialogue. While some are born into unimaginable wealth, others suffer great hardship and oppression. The circumstances of our birth are beyond our control, our fates subject to the whims of the gods, some would argue. I once thought myself a prisoner to my fate, a figurehead helpless to watch on as my people starved, a powerless puppet. I wanted nothing more than to cast it all aside, to free us all, but failed from my naivete, and then was afforded a second chance for my privilege. The world is unfair, terribly so, but we have the power to push back against inequalities and injustices, if not overcome them on blessed occasions. To love our neighbor and share in life's bounties, to open our hearts and come together as one. Truer words were never spoken. Nod. But without the support of the people, such words are naught but vain platitudes. Thankfully, my recent attempts to make inroads with the monetarists have met with some success. Despite differing views on many subjects, we yet strive to find common ground. Common ground. Well, we've been pouring all our efforts into aiding families of the Carania Lupi. While it seemed to help to a degree, some have still succumbed and turned. Of course, they're not the only ones in danger. Alamegans everywhere, whether they sided with the Empire, fought for their resistance, or were caught in the middle, they all suffered. They all wake up in the night, at times haunted by memories of death and despair. We know what can happen if those feelings are left to fester. The legacy of the Imperial occupation will not soon be forgotten, but rather than seek to forget, mayhap it is necessary to remember, to acknowledge and accept the truth of it, that they may properly mourn those they have lost. Gasp. Aye, a remembrance. I propose we hold a memorial ceremony for those who died during the war. Everyone, no matter who they were or what they did, let them be loved, let them be hated, but above all, let them be remembered. And the remembering of the dead, in their honor and their sin, we, the living of Alamigo, may yet find a sliver of common ground. It's a noble sentiment, but bringing together people who have reason to distrust one another and risk inflaming tensions could be a recipe for disaster. Then again, we can't keep ignoring the merit in the room and do nothing to address the situation. As long as we leave it to the individuals to decide whether or not to attend the ceremony, I think it's worth a try. Organizing an event of this scale will require a great deal of effort, so I offer my full support. Once you know what's needed, come to me and we'll put the plan into action. Nod. Obviously, some will balk at the idea, which is perfectly understandable, so I'll be listening to their opinions as well. After all, we want it to be a ceremony that brings Alamegans together. Group nod. I was wondering, Your Grace, if I might ask about your approach to, well, or talking to people, winning them over. As you can tell, I'm no politician, so I'd be grateful for any advice you can share with me. Why, I would be delighted to. As a matter of fact, I have a number of matters I wish to discuss with you. And on that note, I suggest you and I return to Alamigo. Nod. Wonder what Aaba and Ali would say if I could tell him I had a chat with the Sultana. I can hardly believe it myself. To see the Sultana grow to become such a capable and compassionate leader, it brings a tear to my eye. The relationship between Ul'dah and Alamigo is one which I cherish deeply. It is imperative that we coordinate our efforts in facing this crisis. I'm going to be reminded that I did not complete the near quest line every time I look at the quest menu, unless I abandon it. See, also, I will be reminded that I did not complete Bazia, unless I abandon it. Hey there, Blasphemy Hunter. Nothing to note has occurred in your absence, which I expect is welcome news in itself. I knew Arenvald would make a good impression, but he's outdone himself. Not only has he found a new avenue in life to explore, he's taken to it with considerable aplomb. And while his proposed memorial ceremony is bound to have its detractors, I have faith that many will come around. Not all, but enough, I pray. For our part, we must stand at the ready for whatever may occur. I shall send word if there are any developments. Salute. I'm still a little weirded out by Blasphemy Hunter. I think that since we agreed it would be fine if I partially completed something, this might be a good stopping point, I think. And then next time will be the other half of this, and then the melee ones. Or, well, at least I'll aim for that amount of completion. Does that seem reasonable? Apparently I've decided to go to Sucro's apartment today. Sounds good? Alrighty then. Well, Sucro will now take a nap, while Eos looks at the Lucky Carbuncle. Thank you all for watching. This has been Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker, the part halfway through the MSQ of Endwalker, where the role quests are available. We completed one line of them, and about half-ish of another line of them, and we will continue on in this manner next time, hopefully. Which is hopefully Friday. So thank you all for watching. And as usual, if you're interested in various social media or donation links, borealrobin.card.co. Subscription and following here, also very appreciated, but not necessary. Your viewership is support as well, and I appreciate it. Have a good rest of your day and or night. And I will see you next time, I suppose. Good night, everyone.